Game to. Good afternoon po, mga sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon po. Kamusta po kayo? Meron po bang affected ng...
Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Yun, ma'am, lakas ulan.
Malakas ulan. So, salamat po. In advance po, nagpapasalamat na po ako sa pagbibigay niyo ng oras para sa seminar na ito. Mag-check lang po ako ng attendance kung sino-sino na po ang nandito at wala pa para mamaya pagpasok ng taga-V group at saka ng taga-Anglo, kumpleto na po tayo at hindi na po tayo maghahanapan. So, nag-dry run naman po tayo. Tinuruan po kayo ni Sir Peter, ni Ma'am Maymay, at saka ni Ma'am Dang kung paano po ang paggamit ng Zoom. Okay, mag-a-attendance lang po tayo. Kap Inting, nandito na po ba kayo?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
O, Kap ng marami. Kap Joel, nandito na po ba kayo? Kap Joel. Wala
Nandito na, ma'am. Nandito na.
Kap.
Nakamute lang.
Okay po, thank you po, Kap. Kapi, nandiyan ka na ba?
Yes po, ma'am. Nandito na po ako.
Nasa sibilisasyon si Captain P ngayon, in fairness. Pati si Captain Joel, nasa sibilisasyon sila ngayon. Lagi wala sa sibilisasyon. So, thank you po sa Captain. So,
Mahirap magpayaman.
kaya nga, share mo yung yaman mo sa amin, ha?
Ay,
Para
mag-uwil,
hindi ka
no?
mahirapan. Si ano po, si Chief Mate Berhame, nandito na po ba?
Kakarating lang, ma'am.
Okay, thank you po. Chiefmate Ama Mag-id, nandyan na po ba?
Ma'am, present.
Thank you po, sir. Second mate po, Tota, nandito na po ba?
Ma'am, dito na po.
Ang pinakamapayat kong second mate, De Los Santos, nandito ka na ba, dear?
Nandito na, ma'am.
Very good. Si Remerata, nandyan na ba, dear?
Dito na po, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Ang pinapogi kong second mate, si Silveron, nandyan na ba? Silveron, ang pasibilis. Pass muna kay Silveron, balikan natin. Remoreras, nandyan ka na ba, dear?
Present, ma'am.
Ay, Remoreras, magpapagupit
Yes, ma'am.
ka ba o ako gugupit sa'yo?
Pagupit, siyempre.
Sige, very good. Third mate, Gapalong ka, nandyan na po ba?
Ma'am, good afternoon. Dito na po.
Good afternoon, dear. Third mate, Torla, nandito na po ba?
Present, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Dear. Third mate, Ramirez, nandyan ka na ba, dear?
Ma'am, andito na po. Good afternoon po.
Okay, very good. Second engineer, De Egarola, nandyan ka na ba, sir?
Nandito na po, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you. Second engineer, Acosta, nandiyan na po ba kayo?
Dito po, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Okay, sige po. So, si third engineer Akop, nakita ko na dyan na, tama ba? Sige, balikan ko si Akop pero nakita ko na siya. Si Ana Marga, nandiyan ka na ba?
Yes, ma'am. Present po.
Thank you, dear. Fourth engineer Chagas, nandiyan ka na ba, dear?
Yes po, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po, sir. Fourth engineer Bonello, nandiyan na po ba?
Present, ma'am. Present.
Thank you, dear. Elect Kain, nandiyan ka na ba, sir?
Ma'am, present. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you po. Good afternoon po. Si Electrician Devika is nandyan na ba? Si Acosta nandyan.
Wala.
Nawawala-wala. Si Acosta, papacheck ko lang. Mag-rename ka, Akop. Nakalagay sa'yo, Peter Luis Romero. Hindi ka si Mr. Romero, dear. Mag-change ka ng name mo, ha?
Opo, ma'am.
Ng third engineer Akop. Ang fresh from the airport, nandyan na ba? Si Chief Engineer Alcantara? Wala pa si Alcantara. How about fourth engineer Alejandro? Nandyan na po ba?
Wala.
Okay, sige po. So, yung wala pa, hahanapin ko po. So, 2 o'clock po tayo mag-start. So, nandyan na po siguro yung mga taga V-ships. So, kumuha na po kayo ng water nyo, tsaka mag-toilet na kayo kung kinakailangan. At exactly 2 o'clock po, mag-i-start na po tayo. Salamat po mga sir. Kung wala lang, tatawagan ko po. Thank you po.
Thank you rin po.
Okay po. Thank you
Yeah,
po.
ma'am.
Mute lang po muna, sir, ha? Salamat
Thank you, ma'am.
po. Kuha na kayo ng water nyo, tsaka mag-toilet na kayo. At 2 o'clock, mag-i-start po ang conference. Again, thank you so much po.
Thank you po.
Just the audio video check. All okay?
Hi, Rishi. Yes, you're audible.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. Karen, can we kill the music, please? Thank you. All right. Let's see. First of all, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Can I request you to maybe switch on your videos for all the participants, seafarers tuning in from the Philippines? Can I request you to switch on your videos if that is practical? It's helpful to be able to see a few nice, good-looking people when I'm talking rather than a blank screen. So great. Karen, will you help me flip through the slides, please? We'll get started. It's just 2 o'clock in Singapore and Philippines. Okay, so I'm going to flash a couple of numbers on the screen, and let's see if anybody can help me support here. Okay, let's go. So the first one is number 1. It's a big red color number 1. What does this reflect? So One is the number of accidents or injuries that we have had within the Anglo International fleet in the last 12 months, especially in the first half of this year. One accident, one injury, it sounds only one, but one is too many. We want every single one of you going on board the Anglo vessels or any of our vessels to come back home safely without any injury whatsoever, right? No finger cuts, no falling tools, no slip, trips and falls, nothing at all. The next number is again one. That is basically the number. Any guesses? Maybe I would ask anybody to type in anything, wild guesses at all.
Grounding.
Grounding, okay, good attempt, fine. So one is the number of port state detention that we've had in the Anglo International fleet. So one vessel has been detained in the last a couple of months, let's say first half of this year, right? Again, port state inspection, very, very important, because even though the number looks like one, it's not a good number. A port state inspection means somebody is coming on board your vessel and telling you that your ship is not safe and it is not seaworthy. It's your safety. It's your life at risk over here. So you don't need somebody else to point out for you what's wrong on board your vessel. Next one, taking a lead of the grounding. There have been 7 navigation or engine related incidents within the fleet. Now, this could be elision, it is mooring related, there are engineering related incidents. So out of these 7, the next number that you see, 2, that is the number of main engine related major issues, right? I'm not talking about small issues that have happened on the Anglo fleet as well. So why am I flashing these numbers? This is just to kind of set the tone for the entire seminar. So first of all, welcome everybody. My name is Sartaj Gill. I'm leading the training organization within B Group globally. And I'm going to be your host for this entire, about 5 odd hours that we will be speaking today, along with a couple of my colleagues who will then pick up during the day as it progresses. And then we have lined up a lot of good speakers and presenters for you from the ship management team in Cyprus, as well as our clients. Now, numbers again, safety is everybody's business. And like I said, we want all of you and every single one person going on board the vessel to come home safely. It's our agenda and it should be your agenda. Okay, so next, this is a dedicated seminar for Anglo International Fleet. So this is not just a full V-ship Cyprus, all vessels. This is specifically for the 8 vessels in management from our clients, Anglo International. So the most of the presentations during the day will be focused towards that specific fleet. All of you who are on this virtual seminar today have or will be joining one of those vessels. So this is very important for us to kind of set the tone here. Now, looking at the agenda, you have the MDs from the ship management team talking to you. You will have a safety moment being delivered by Mike. And then as we progress, there are sessions from technical operations, taking accountability, to incidents and accidents. And then obviously our clients' representatives, Stuart Payne has also taken the time to come and address you on certain aspects, what they see from their side of the business. So very, very good agenda, different stuff. Now, we would not like this session to be a one-way discussion. So we don't just keep on talking and you're sitting there and listening. So let me give you some house rules on how we can make this very, very engaging. Now, depending on how you are tuning in, whether you have your mobile phones, whether you're tuning in using your laptops or desktops, whatever. If you have your headphones, fantastic. If not, just make sure the sound is optimum. You have a reasonable place in the house with not too much of disturbance. So your times when you are not speaking, so that there is no disturbance for the speakers. And then couple of things that we can do right now, interaction wise, depending again on what device you are using, you have a chat box. It could be at the bottom part of your screen. It could be on the top part. Any question that you have, any comments that you might have, please keep on typing those even while the presentation is going on. So if you have a question, type in your question and shoot it off in the box. Our team will keep on collating and making notes of those questions. And as and when we reach the Q&A sessions, which are multiple Q&A sessions during the whole day, we will address those questions. Besides that, we would like you to raise your hand. So there is an option of raising your hand. Usually, again, depending on which version you are using, you might see reactions or you might see a raise your hand tab on your screen. Click there and you will see a yellow color hand raising on the screen, which tells us that one of you would like to speak. Then we will ask you to please unmute yourself and you can do a voice question, right? So that's another one that you can do. Again, one more time, just to repeat, you can type your question in the chat or you can raise your hand and then we will ask you to unmute you and you can fire away your question. We would like much more interaction. Please ask as many questions as you like. This is your opportunity. You have, from the marine superintendents to technical superintendents, the MDs, the ODs, the client reps, training organization, crewing representatives. Everybody's here to answer your questions. This is like a management meeting. It's not a one-way seminar. So please ask as many questions as you like or as many questions as you can. We will, of course, with my team, try to manage time so we will not overshoot. And if there are a lot of questions and for some reason we are not able to answer those or address those as we go along, we have enough time towards the end of the day also set aside for Q&A. And rest assured, we will pick up on those questions in the later part of the day. So we look forward to a very, very interesting session with you. To make it even more interesting, what we will do is randomly, we will also pick people from the audience to answer questions, to give us some support, to give us inputs, experiences. So make sure you are 100% present here. Go grab a cup of coffee, water, tea, whatever you want to, but please keep coming back to your desks as quickly as possible. So with that, time check. I would now like to also just suggest that I will have my colleague Rishi Sharma, who will lead us through the day and manage the sessions throughout the day. And he'll be like your main host. I will be also supporting him in the background. But for the next session, I would like to invite Mike Bradshaw to do a safety moment. He is joining us all the way from UK. And he will run us through the safety moment for the next 10 odd minutes. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Mike, over to you.
Good morning, Sartaj, and good morning, everybody. And thank you for introducing the conference, Sartaj, with a very direct view of safety in mind. I hope everybody that's joining us this morning is safe and well. I hope your families are staying safe and well in these challenging times. And times like these put pressures on all of us, whether it's professionally or personally. And as we talk about the safety moment shortly, it has had a direct impact on safety vigilance on board our ships in the last 12 months. So hope you're well, and I'll continue with the safety moment. At V Group, we start all of our meetings with a safety moment, and the purpose of a safety moment is to focus everybody's mind on safety, very similar to what Sartaj did in his introduction. Today's safety moment is about an accident-related fatality that has happened in our global fleet, not in the Anglo fleet, but in the global fleet, and it happened in May this year. And it was the first fatal accident that we've had in the fleet since May 2019. And to put that in context, our crews, our seafarers, have worked 205 million hours on board between the last accident that we had. It also comes on the back of 2020, where we had the best year ever for safety in our fleet. We had the lowest accident rates, the lowest port state control rates, the lowest incident rates ever. So this is a stark reminder that even when your performance is really good, you have to be aware that a serious incident could happen on your vessel or the vessels that you're responsible for if you're not vigilant. So let's look at what happened. So on the 15th of May, we lost our colleague Ramveer, a second engineer with our fleet. He'd been in our fleet a long time, since 2008. So 13 years he'd worked for V-Ships. He'd spent 6 months on board and he was at the end of his contract. And in fact, the vessel left technical management the day before, on the 14th of May. And Ramveer and 2 other senior officers had stayed on board overnight to transfer to another vessel that was entering management. Again, because of COVID, they couldn't go directly from the ship to shore because of the COVID restrictions in Singapore. So they were going from one ship to another by a launch. And you guys will all be familiar that joining vessels by launch is a routine. It's a routine operation for us these days, joining ships at Singapore, Anchorage, or even now off Manila. We're doing crew changes off Manila. So activities by launch are becoming more and more common. On this day, the weather was bad. The weather was rough. The seas were choppy. And on this day, the launch that came to collect Ramveer and his 2 colleagues was operated by a one-man launch in Singapore, and this is not uncommon. So the first person came down the accommodation ladder to disembark the vessel after the change of management and got into the launch successfully, but he realized that it was really difficult. And while in the launch, he reflected that, should I stop the job? Should I stop this? Should I stop this? Because that was dangerous. But he didn't. His thought was, I'm not going to, because it will just make things more complicated. So Ramveer came down the gangway second. And when he got to the bottom of the accommodation ladder, a wave came up and hit the bottom of the accommodation ladder platform, and Ramveer fell into the water. On this day, Ramveer wasn't wearing a life jacket. On this day, Ramveer was unfortunately wearing a very heavy backpack. And Ramveer struggled in the water. Because the launch operator had only one person in it, it was largely ineffective in helping Ramveer at all. And it was through the brave efforts of some of the crew on board the vessel under the new managers that helped rescue Ramveer onto the bottom platform of the accommodation ladder again. Sadly, the Coast Guard turned up, took Ramveer ashore, but he was pronounced dead on arrival on the jetty, and the cause of death was drowning. Again, safety culture in mind, not only was there a failure to stop work, but all 3 senior officers knew that there was a box of life jackets on deck next to the accommodation ladder. All 3 senior officers walked past that box and did not wear their PPE. We investigated this through an independent process because we were so desperate to learn what went wrong to Ramveer, and now through this safety moment and other sessions like it, we're sharing the learnings from that incident. If you can go to the next slide, please, Karen. Hopefully, while you've been on leave, you'll have listened to the podcast from our CEO, Mr. Bjorn Sprotte. In that podcast, Bjorn said some really important words that I want you to take away from today's safety moment. Just because nothing bad has happened before, maybe you've joined ships by launch 100 times, it doesn't mean that something bad won't happen in the future. And that can happen to anything. That can happen to navigation. It can happen to jobs in the engine room. Just because you've done it so many times in the past and nothing bad has happened, doesn't mean it can't go wrong this time if you're not vigilant. This attitude is essentially complacency. And and as it says on the slide, is at the heart of many of the accidents that we see in our fleet today. So safety culture, and we're doing a lot of work around safety culture this year. And thank you to everybody that did the safety culture survey in April. It doesn't rely on luck. It relies on yourselves and us, everyone involved, being safety vigilant. And again, our safety vigilance is not for our own, keeping our own backside safe, it's for our colleagues next to us. So with a high level of curiosity of what might go wrong, through good risk assessments, through toolbox talks at the work site, not in the control room, doing toolbox talks at the work location, we can help ourselves and each other stay safe. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. Thank you, Sartaj and Rishi, and that concludes the safety moment.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you so very much for the safety moments. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rishi Sharma. I'm the head of show training operation, and I'll be with you along with Sartaj for rest of the time we spend together in this interactive crew seminar. Safety moment, we do this before start of every meeting, as safety is our #1 priority, though Sartaj has indeed shown some concerning numbers, and Mike has given us a very good safety moment. So we do this before start of every meeting as safety #1 priority, and this is aimed, any safety moment is aimed so that we can take away something into a personal or professional life, so that our world to us and to our near dear is safer. Let's move ahead. We will move on as per the agenda. And I would like to invite Alistair Ewitt, Managing Director, V-Ships Cyprus, for the welcome note and speak on delivery performance, excellence through resilience and safety leadership. Alistair.
Rishi, thank you very much. Magadan hapun sa inyo, and good morning to all my colleagues in Europe. Thank you, Mike, for a very poignant and concerning safety moment, and it's equally applicable to all our colleagues ashore as to those colleagues afloat. First of all, my welcome to everybody, and thank you all for joining. We appreciate many of our seagoing colleagues are on leave, and we know that your leave time is valuable to you. I've asked Karen if she would take a quick poll to start with, but I'm not only going to look at the results at the end of the presentation. So Karen, if you could do that, that would be great. As Sartaj said, this is not a lecture, it's a seminar, it's a discussion, and this is an opportunity for all of us to get our points across. So please, if you have a comment or question, ask it. There is no such thing as a dumb question. If you're not sure, you can be absolutely guaranteed your colleagues are not sure, and they will be very glad for you asking it. But first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Alistair Ewitt. I'm the Managing Director of V-Ships in Limassol. And for this presentation, the most important thing about my background is that I came ashore in 1990, a mere 31 years ago. And when I came ashore in 1990, we didn't have mobile telephones. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have ECDIS, and ARPA was in its absolute infancy. Now, this is important because while many of us in the office have seagoing experience, it's often dated, and our recent knowledge can be at times theoretical. Therefore, we must rely on our colleagues on board to be our modern eyes and ears. So we rely on you, our colleagues at sea, to keep us informed. So who are we? Well, in respect to the Anglo International Fleet, the ship management is provided by V-Ship Cyprus, while the supply of the Filipino officers is contracted to Southfield. So, as Mike has clearly highlighted, safety must always be our #1 priority. But our #2 priority must be the service to our collective client. So the service that the V-Ships team, the seafarers provided by Southfield itself is important, the second most important priority after safety. So how will we achieve this? Well, we'll achieve this by teamwork, which is based on the grounds of good communication. So the first building block of good communication is know who you're communicating with. So Karen, on the next slide, can I introduce the V-Ships executive team? So next slide, yeah. Well, there we are. I've introduced myself, Alistair Evatt. Konstantinos Marketas, our operations director, will be speaking to you later on in the course of the seminar. Our Chief Executive Officer is Mr. Rennie Crawford Olsen, and he's based in Dubai. And Bjorn Sprotte, the head of ship management, is based in Hamburg. It's important that you know these names. Mike's already mentioned a message from the CEO. So that's Mr. Sprotte. But the reality is that your day-to-day contact will be with your fleet cell colleagues, and you will be introduced to them individually as we go through the course of the day. Now, it goes without saying that it would have been far preferable had we been able to hold this conference face-to-face in Manila. And we've done this in the past, and we will do it again in the future. However, in this COVID era, Zoom is, of course, a second best. Next slide, please, Karen. Karen, yep, thank you very much. As I've said in the last slide, good ship management service delivery is achieved by having one management team. A management team comprised of having a ship and shore-based element that work together. And they work together to deliver flawless service to the vessel and to the client. Ship management can never be an us and them. It can never be them in the office, them in the ship. It just can never be that. So how do we achieve this? And the answer is that we achieve this by communicating well, so we understand each other's situation and each other's needs. And for an industry that is dependent on communications. Karen, next slide. Yep, thank you. As previously stated, safety leadership is a given. There must be no compromise. I get upset when I hear about port state control deficiencies. But I don't get upset because of the statistic. I don't get upset because of the number. I get upset because I know that each deficiency represents a risk to the safety and well-being of my colleagues on board. Second point is market leadership. Anglo International is our client, all of our clients, and our clients pay our wages. V-Ships don't pay your wages, Southfield don't pay your wages, Anglo International pay your wages. We just disperse the money through the management fees. So we need Anglo to be market leaders, to buy more ships, to encourage promotion, and to continue to pay our wages. Cost leadership. We should view every dollar of what we spend as if it was coming from our own pockets. Would we spend it if it was our money? However, income is as important as overhead and should not be compromised. So the question is not, can we not spend it, but is the cost needed? And if anybody's in any doubt, if it's the chief engineer on board the ship or the chief officer about whether it's needed, communicate with the fleet cell, ask, discuss, decide, and move forward. And be assured, this applies equally to the colleagues ashore as to the colleagues on board. Next slide, please. So just a summary of what's been discussed. A ship management business is run well by a strong relationship with our customers and shareholders, relationship by strong service delivery. How to build a satisfied customer? Think like the owner. Is it with your ship, would you do it? If it was your ship, would you risk it? And how to convert satisfied customer to a loyal company by adding value to their operations. So we can avoid the off-hire, we could increase the income. Next slide, please. So how do we communicate well? Well, the advice I would give everybody here, and again, everybody in the call, is to explain, why am I asking you for that? Direct orders are difficult, but if you say, I need this information because of that, how does it affect our service delivery? The more communication you give about the why, the more receptive the colleague being asked will give you. So if you explain, I need this information, Chief.
Is that me who can't hear Alistair or?
No, same here, sir.
Alistair, I think there are some audio issues. We couldn't hear you in between. Yeah.
Say again?
I think there were some audio issues. We couldn't hear you for a few seconds earlier.
Okay, sorry. Okay, just to repeat very quickly, I was saying, if we explain to our colleagues why we're asking a question, why we need the information, we stand a better chance of getting the right answer. Next slide, please. Can you hear me now, Rishi? Yep.
Loud and clear, Alistair. Yep.
Okay, so how are we going to communicate going forward? Well, we're going to have more scheduled engagement calls with the vessels. Once a month, the management team in the office, the management team on board will have a scheduled call. We will, COVID permitting, we will ramp up vessel visits. We will have pre-joining engagement calls with all the top 4 officers to explain what we need, what the situation is on board. Seafarer conferences like this one will continue. Engagement and goal setting, circulars and updates, inclusion of owners and Southfield where there are crewing issues or commercial issues or owner issues that need discussed, and videos and messages from senior staff. Next slide, please. I don't expect anybody to read this, but I wanted to highlight the complexity of communication chain and how many stakeholders are involved. So you've got owners, commercial managers, charterers, the vessel, the crew managers, the technical managers. And when these communications get mixed up and the wrong parties start communicating, confusion and frustration reigns and mistakes happen. So let's clarify our communications and make sure that we're speaking to the right people. Next slide, please. So my closing comment is one that I make to all senior officers when they come through the office. We will only succeed as one management team. The management team on board are the ears and eyes. The management team ashore is the support function. And the office team can best support when we know what is happening and what is needed on board. Next slide, please. So good communication is the key to flawless service delivery and customer service. Now, the results of the poll, please, Karen. Karen, have you got the results of the poll? Do the delegates believe the level of communication between office and vessels is good, 64%, adequate, 36%? Well, I asked the question, if you voted again now, would you get the same result? Because I think it's somewhere between poor and adequate, and I think we can always do better. So to me, this seminar is the start of that journey as the office and onboard colleagues become one team and really start to communicate. So once again, I wish everybody a constructive and enjoyable day, and I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you all very much for your time and for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you so very much for sharing your knowledge, your thoughts, your experience, and indeed a very motivational talk. As per agenda, we have 10 minutes dedicated for question and answers. So may I request all my seafarer colleagues, please feel free. There are a couple of options we know. You can raise your hand, unmute, speak to Alistair, and probably have your question. Or another option is you can write down your questions in the chat box. We shall read and would request Alistair for the reply. So please go ahead. Any questions for Alistair we have at this moment of time?
Please don't be shy. I'm happy to speak on any topic, any communication, anything you do with communications. How can we communicate better? How can we liaise better with you guys on board the ship? So please, any questions, any suggestions, please tell me.
Sartaj did mention, and Alistair has endorsed, that it's not a one-sided seminar. It's more of a management meet. So it's good to interact, share your experience, ask questions, and I'm sure Alistair would be more than happy to answer your queries with any subject. We don't see any hands being raised or any questions being written in the chat box. Guys, come on. We have the managing director, We Ship Cyprus, with us to answer our queries. Take this opportunity. It's not only questions. Please go ahead, share your experience in case you want to do that. We would be more than happy.
I mean, we've got 2 minutes. Mr. Romero, sure. the president of Southfield, have you any question or comment to add on communication between the stakeholders, but particularly the ship and the shore?
Hello, good afternoon and good morning to everyone. Thank you, Alistair. I'm Ruben Romero, I'm the president of Southfield. Good to see you all. I think I've been to several seminars, both virtual, the actual. Normally it takes time for the guys to get warmed up. So I'm sure they have some in mind as the seminar progresses, and I encourage them to do speak about it. Now last week, just so everybody knows, we did have a small meeting between your office, Alistair, and Anglo to sort out some of the points that you have raised. And it is those points that you have raised as far as communication is concerned. I would say that moving forward, the men on board are going to expect more and more of I think communication from leadership and supported by ourselves in Southfield, so that we can serve the owners better. Thanks.
Ruben, thank you very much thank you very much for joining. Thank you for your support and thank you for your comments. Sorry, Rishi, sorry to grab the conference there.
Not at all, Alistair. I think this is quite interesting, and thank you very much, Ruben, for your comments. Ruben did mention as the seminar moves, indeed there would be some more questions, but nevertheless, this is a last shout to our seafarer colleagues in case any questions they want to ask or any experience they want to share in this forum, more than welcome. We look forward to hear you guys. So we'll give it a minute more. We are indeed a little ahead of the schedule if you go for the break. So it's better if, some queries can be answered.
Hello, sir.
If we keep, yeah, hello.
Yeah. Okay, good day. Talking
Good day.
about the budget, did the bishop receive the actual budget or the annual budget for the technical or for the technical manager?
What happened was when V-Ships took over the ships from V-Ships Shanghai, we took over the existing budgets. But the mandate that we've got from Anglo International is that they want the ships to be reliable and the ships to be earning. So the budget is the budget, but what needs to be spent in order to keep the vessels operational will be spent.
Yeah, that's the point, sir. Because I heard there are or many requisition being cancelled. It is due to the short budget or what?
No, it's not due to the budget. If there are requisitions outstanding, I would say that it's a matter of priority rather than a matter of budget, and priority is given to the ship stop items. But what I will say is in 2 weeks' time, the week of the 20th, the Anglo International Senior Executive Management will be visiting Cyprus, and it will be a very scientific approach to the 2022 budget. You may not know, but there's been a project over the last 6 weeks that's ongoing to identify on each ship what are the critical items that need to be maintained and brought up to good working operational standard, and that will all be into the 2022 budget. So I know that Mr. Payne is on the call and speaking to you later, but I can say certainly from V-Ship Cyprus side, there has been no block put on the budget. It has been what must be spent to keep the vessels operational will be spent. Let's be honest, the dry bulk market today is the best it's been probably since 2007, in 15 years. And no ship owner wants their ship stopped today. So the earning potential is there. So please, sir, understand if there's been any requisitions not received, it's a matter of priority, not a stop on the budget.
Okay, noted, sir.
And thank you very much for the question. Very good question. Very pleased to be able to answer it.
Thank you, Captain Joel. Thank you, Alistair, for detailed explanation. I suppose this must be a query for very many, which is well answered and very well clear to everyone. Any further questions? We would be, I'm sure Alistair would be more than happy to address it to a larger forum. Anyone
and also,
else?
I will be on the open forum, the question and answers this afternoon. So if any questions build up through the course of the day, please keep them. I look forward to answering them then as well.
Thank you, Alistair. Just to highlight that we do have an open forum where we would be, again, it's a Q&A before we end the seminar today. So Alistair would be there in case any questions come into your mind at later stage, note it down, write it down to us. We will ensure in the final forum that is being taken care. So I don't see much, any questions coming in. I don't see any hands or any chats being written by anyone. So let's take an advantage. We'll save a couple of minutes and we will move as per the agenda. It's 10 minutes of refreshment and a quick break. Let me tell you guys, we have some very interesting sessions coming after the break. We have HSC, we also have learning from incidents. We have a session from the training, taking ownership, and then definitely a very, very interesting session, which we all looking forward by Stuart, technical manager, Anglo International, on ballast water treatment and scrubber, and indeed defect awareness and vessel equipment failure. So take a quick break, 10 minutes. I suggest during these virtual session, it's important to keep getting up, walk down a bit, pick up a glass of water, keep yourself hydrated, and we'll see you in 10 minutes then, guys. Stay safe. Welcome back, everyone. Karen, thank you very much for the lovely music. Welcome back after the short stretch break. I said during these virtual sessions, it's quite important to get up, walk around, stretch your backs, be hydrated. So please, I strongly suggest we adhere, and that's the reason of having these short stretch breaks for all of us. We will move on as per agenda, and would like to invite Smolin Oleg, our HSEQ manager and DPA from WeShip Cyprus, and he's going to speak on what HSSE excellence means in practice, and another very important topic, that is environmental compliance. So Smolin, all yours.
Thank you, Sharma. Good morning, good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a pleasure to meet you virtually. As Alistair said earlier, you know that we have certain restrictions in meeting each other face-to-face. We had to abort practice of senior officers visiting our office, and we have some restrictions to attend the vessels now. And that's why I would like to introduce myself, and I would like for your attention next 20-25 minutes. My name is Oleg. I am a HSEQ manager and DPA in Limassol office. Most probably all of you see my name and my contact details on the posters around accommodation. So I am in shipping industry over 28 years. I have sea background. I was sailing almost 10 years on gas tankers. I finished with my sea career in 2006. And since that time, I was always engaged in various shipping businesses. I joined WeShip almost 8 years ago in 2013. And before that, the period I was working in private shipping companies, ship owning companies, and also I have background of port state control officer in Paris MOU. So this is about me. Karen, please, next slide. I would like to start from simple statement that we facing challenges every day. It's nature and fact of our industry. We, on board the vessel, we work in hazardous environment. We often work with hazardous cargoes, and we operate heavy and often very complex equipment. Within this challenging environment, our safety records remaining generally satisfactory. However, still we continue to see examples where we believe high safety standards are not being consistently met. We're still facing various incidents like collisions, groundings, PC detentions, technical failures, crew personal injuries, and other examples of poor or low performance, and occasionally with very tragic consequences. We believe that continuous improvement across our fleet is very essential. And we have in this meeting both junior and senior officers, and we believe that personal role of each of you will play a role and allow us to further improvement. Safety, environment, health, security, this is an area where it's easy to be average. But to reach truly good, excellent performance, we require excellent leaders. And we want all of you to be our leaders on board. On this slide, you see 5 key behaviors of, we believe, leading to the safety leadership on board. You don't need to read it now. You have it on board. You have posters. You have it in VMS. But take a chance to read it and ask yourself, are you complying with these behaviors? We would like to remind you that your leadership and personal example will be the heart of our improvement, further improvement. Next slide, please. So once again, we believe all of you are our safety leaders. And all officers on board must set the highest standards. Ask yourself, when was the last time someone challenging your behavior, your decision? If you cannot remember, then please look at yourself and consider if your behavior and approach might be the reason people don't contribute. Even if you can remember, most of all, and myself including, can be more approachable. And this is very important area. This is very important area. Let's look, next slide, please. Let's look on this slide with statistic figures. It shows where we ship Cyprus today and in comparison with group performance. And you see that blue numbers are positive. Red, of course, demonstrates some negative trends. And generally, we are okay. We are doing well. But there are still areas we can do better. For instance, we have a negative trend in increased number of incidents. Once again, I would like to highlight that it's not Anglo international vessel statistic, it's the ship Cyprus statistic. And it's also, if you see, there are no serious category incident, 0, but we all know that it was very serious crew injury on board of one of Anglo vessels. It was under, when the vessel was under Shanghai management, and that's why it's not reflected in this statistic. But you were on board of this vessel, some of you were on board of this vessel, and you know that people are there and vessel are there and hazards are there, still there. And generally, what we see now, it's increased number of technical, navigational, and other kinds of incidents. Now, on today, we have 67 vessels in our management, and by the end of October, it was 59 reported incidents. 8 of them were classified as moderate. And in many occasions, like it was mentioned by Alistair again, there was considerable downtime, which affects the commercial performance of the vessel. Also, from the statistic, you see that we need to improve recognition of best practices on board. And specifically for Anglo international fleets, it's applicable because we expect that you encourage your crew to report not only to report more unsafe act, unsafe conditions, but also to encourage to report some good examples, some safe acts, safe conditions. And we're going to discuss it later today. Next slide, please. Just brief view on the PSC performance. On this slide, you see the our V group dry vessels PSC performance, specifically dry vessels in 2021. And we see that group bulk carriers have an average deficiency rate 1.32 per inspection. and it's fairly consistent between different offices. But our main concern, in our office, we have both dry vessels, tankers, gas vessels. That our concern is that deficiency rate of dry vessels is almost double comparing with our tanker fleet. Try to answer on this question, why it happens more often, why we have more deficiencies on the dry vessels comparing to wet vessels. And what is behind these figures? Next slide, please. Karen, yes, please, thank you. If we will see three top deficiencies, it's ISM failings, safety management system failings, defects in firefighting equipment, and general fire safety. So means 2 of top 3 are related, even third one are related with the fire, hazard of fire. Think about this. On average, each year in on merchant vessel, there are about 150 major incidents involving fire or explosion. And each year, about 400 people are killed by fire at sea. Just statistically, this means that serious fire at sea happens every 2 days. And average fire kills 3 of our colleagues. Next slide, please. And let's try to understand what we can do on board our vessel to prevent this. And we believe that first instrument is a robust safety self-assessment. Second, don't be afraid to report problems. We are here to listen to you. We need to know what is wrong and what support you need to rectify defects or deficiencies on board. And the third, and not the last, don't allow risk normalization. Don't think it's always been like that, or the company already knows about that. I'm not going to report it again. If we are not picking up the issues, both on board the vessels and here on shore, it can manifest to wider issues with vessel safety. Next slide, please. In V group, we have health, safety, environment, and quality vision. And to deliver this, we have identified 6 key areas of focus shown on this slide. And this includes reward and recognition and reporting system, safety, quality, environment. And as you can see, in the heart of all lies safety culture. Karen, next slide, please. But to understand the safety culture, we need first to understand how it can fail and how disastrous impact it can have. On this slide, you can see examples leading to the broken safety culture. It could be profit before safety, when productivity comes before safety. It could be fear, when problems remain hidden. It could be ineffective leadership, when corporate culture prevents recognition of risk, leading to wrong decision being made and at wrong time and for the wrong reasons. It could be non-compliance to standards, rules, and procedures. It could be miscommunication when critical safety information is not relayed to the decision makers and messages are diluted. It could be competency failures, false expectations that direct hires and contractors highly trained and competent. And the last, it could be ignoring of lessons learned from the past. Next slide, please. In terms of making an improvement, our simple message will be shortcuts are often taken by good people. intending to help, but can end in tragedy. It's important that you can create an environment where shortcuts are never taken, never approved, and ideally, never even considered. By developing such environment, will involve a lot of more than just telling everyone to comply. It will reflect an entire safety culture, the way that our exercise, how you exercise leadership, the way you communicate and behave, and the way you interact with other people on board. It's also useful to remind you that you are being watched all the time. And your responsibility is to ensure that no one ever sees anything that is not positive. Safety excellence requires serious commitments, but it will help bring us improvements we need. Accidents often happen when those involved are under stress or pressure. When stress and pressure exist, the unusual situation can cause people to behave in ways they don't expect to behave. Even so, the necessary training and briefing has been done properly. Please understand that this is important fact and take extra efforts to ensure that drills and trainings are realistic as much as possible. Because poor response in emergency situation is a commonly noted factor in our accident investigations. One thing we can do is to improve our personal resilience. Our partners in maritime safety program and the resilience training materials is intended to help here. Of course, it's not just about completing the training on computer, but about modifying our thoughts, our behavior. And again, we need your officers on board, your leaders help in this. And this is a very complicated task. Next slide, please. Okay, being serious about putting safety first is very important and critical. This is not just tick box exercise or a simple checklist. It requires complete safety mindset. Safety success will not only safeguard the future of business, but more important, it will ensure that you and every one of you team get home safely, back to family at the end of every contract. I have another question to you. You don't need to reply, just need to think about the answer. How many family members are supported by those working on your vessels? Please think about those family members and imagine having to explain to a wife or a child that their husband or father has been seriously injured and will not work again. Think through this. Should give more focus on why we want to make improvements. Accidents can happen to people who are overconfident, complacent, or who take shortcuts. And weak signals are very often here. Among other things, your leadership role involving standing back, looking for these weak signals, and making the necessary changes on board. And encourage others to act in similar way. You must encourage others to be challenging and take steps to make this normal and accepted behavior. And when you are challenged, your own reaction is very important. And it doesn't matter if the challenge is not correct or not correct. No matter how actually you feel, you must welcome the challenges and thank whoever made the input. This will allow safe behavior from others in the future. And one day it could be a lifesaver. Teamwork always best when everybody contributes. One of your challenges as officers and as leader is to make sure that everyone knows that they should contribute. And another challenge is to make sure that they do. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. Today, Mike Bradshaw was mentioning the research was done. You know that last year and beginning of this year, we were engaged with human behavior specialists from Lloyd Register, and many of you helped by completing the safety climate assessment. About 400 colleagues participated in this research across our fleet, and we thank you for this. This research allowed us to gauge the weaknesses, and your feedback tells us where we need further to improve. And in result of this research, we identified few areas where we need improvement. And the most concerning factor was workload. There may be some issues with the amount of overtime some of the staff are required to do. When staff experience high level of workload, important information may be missed. And due to narrowing our focusing to attention onto one aspect of the task. Second warning was regarding reporting. Research shows that employees may be not reporting all near misses and incidents on board. At group level, V Group has undertaken significant work over the last few years on reporting. And it's very important to understand why this is not having the desired impact. And we still have such concerns. As it was mentioned earlier, vigilance. Many employees may be not as vigilant as they could be. We believe that it's good to feel safe in your workplace. But we also must acknowledge that there is always a risk of incident. This means that individuals will always be aware of potential hazards in their area and ready to prevent an incident from occurring. Low vigilance in the workplace means people are more likely to make decisions and carry out actions that more vigilant people will not do. Change of management process, another alarming result of research. It was obvious that employees can be frustrated by the way in which changes are managed, particularly in relation to people and equipment. Employees who are involved in any changes made and are regularly provided with the updates on these changes are less likely frustrated and more likely to support the changes. We should remember this. And just culture. The result of research indicates that considerable number of respondents felt that management look, it's applicable both for vessels and shore staff, that management look for someone to blame when incident occurs. Blame culture suggests that employees are afraid of punishment or dismissal for mistake and judgment made, which may result in reduced engagement with work and responsibility. or lower level of performance. Next slide, please. No, sorry, one back. Yes, and I would like to focus now on reporting. You shall know that company encourage unsafe act, unsafe conditions, and near miss reporting, and support any decision to stop the job if it becomes apparent that harm could occur to yourself, your colleagues, to the environment you work, and vessels we work with. On board leadership team need to create an environment where junior team members are able to stop the job. There must be no any blame assigned to the people activating the stop the job process in line with just culture policy. Next slide, please. From your unsafe act, unsafe condition near miss report, we work with the organization called High-Low, and they predict incident within our fleet. This is why your reporting is so important. We learn and we can prevent serious incident and potentially the fatal loss of colleagues. And finally, we come into our environmental vision. Next slide, please. We commit to adopt and promote industry standards and best practices, environmental practices. We have the ambition to be the leaders in this area of environmental and energy management. And it's applicable both at sea and ashore. In 2021, the group set number of environmental goals. Next slide, please. And introduced several initiatives to achieve. One of them is reduction of harmful emissions. Second one is elimination of single-use plastics. And another one is enhancing awareness of environmental responsibilities. But practically, I would like to remind you, next slide, please, that deliberate environmental non-compliances is the biggest risk to the group. Non-compliant behaviors from one person can have a catastrophic impact on entire group and company. In US and globally around the world, environmental enforcement actions continue to grow rapidly. The possibility of criminal prosecution of companies or even individuals for environmental violations is a significant risk. Jail sentences are on the increase. Fines are mounting rapidly. Compliance programs are very expensive. And the last and not less important, reputational damages are very severe. Remember, we are service business built upon our reputation and values. This was my last slide. I would like to thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Oleg. I think quite a well-detailed information you have shared on excellence means in practice, and also a bit you have covered also on environmental compliances. So thank you so very much, Oleg. I'm sure.
Thank you for this chance.
Yes, indeed. Many would have questions related to environmental or HSEC. Well, we have another small session coming from Jürgen Olaf, Marine Superintendent, V-Ship Cyprus, and that's going to be on learning from incidents, which is related to risk assessment and management. After that topic, we would be having a 10 minutes dedicated Q&A, and whatever questions related to Oleg, yes, we can take at that moment of time. So let me invite Jürgen Olaf, Marine Superintendent, for learning from incidents, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, let's start. I hope everybody is still awake and not falling asleep. As I can see, you are still awake and listening to us, which is always nice. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Olaf Jürgens. I just started in June 2021 working with V-ship Cyprus. I started my sea career at 1982 as a deck boy, went over bosun rank and all the other ranks up to the master. 2008, I finished my active sailing times as a master. Started then as training masters on all types of ship, bulkers, container, gas carriers, VLCC, chemical carriers, and trained our crew on board to comply with company and international requirements. 2017, I finally decided to go ashore and working as a HSQ Marine Superintendent for owner of bulk carriers and tankers. And as I mentioned before, signed June 2021, I'm a member of V-ship Cyprus. Now, can I get the next slide, please? Thank you. In the year 2021, since we got Anglo international vessels into our management, I actually took in May 4 of them under my responsibility, which is the Jessica, the Saxon, the Marie Louise, and there's one missing, Marie Louise, Jessica. Oh shit. Anyway, we'll come back. Now, I was asked to get the chapter learning from incident. What I personally always liked, it doesn't matter from whom it comes. If it comes from the company, if it comes from the owner, if it comes from authorities, Port State Control, AMSA, or wherever you get these nice reports, I always was thinking it's a learning tool and a good training opportunity on board. I picked out 2 incidents which I think were quite important to discuss. I'd like you to make some comments on it, what you would be maybe have been done before the incident was happened, or if there is any possibility to avoid this incident, which we can then discuss later. Let's go through the first one, which I pointed out, Anglo Jessica, was loss of propulsion and finally soft grounding in Corpus Christi. The vessel heaved up the, do I have the right one? Yes. The vessel heaved up the anchor at 1400 on the 7th June 2021 and started to proceed inbound towards support to receive the pilot. Yeah. The pilot boarded at 1418. Vessel was inbound Corpus Christi. Channel pilot was on board and requested from the master to increase to 10 knots to pass the 90-degree bend in the channel. So anybody who went to Corpus Christi knows this. This common standard. You need 10 knots to cross the bend due to the high currents in the river. Yeah. As I mentioned, the pilot ordered the engine revolutions to full ahead. The engine response lagged and the build-up of speed was observed to be very slow. The pilot requested then the master to cancel the engine limiter to increase the speed quickly to reach the 10 knots. Anyway, the master canceled the engine limiter at 1559 and the vessel started to increase speed. Main engine revolutions rapidly increased from 74 to 92. Anyway, after 6 minutes, low temperature freshwater high temperature alarm was activated at 16:05. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, due to the increased thermal load on the engine and due to the rapid increase of the revolution, the main engine decided to shut down at 16:11 due to jacket cooling water high temperature. To avoid an outbound vessel, the pilot took the vessel to the edge, also turned her around, where she subsequently grounded at the bow at 16:15. Immediately after this, a damage assessment was carried out on board. We checked all the tanks, bilges, etc., and used the vessel response plan, checklist, and procedures as usual. The main propulsion was restored a little bit later. After the power was restored, the vessel was safely refloated without any external assistance. The pilot moves the vessel around and dropped anchor as per Coast Guard instructions in front of Corporal Christie. As soon as the vessel was at anchorage, a physical inspection was completed of the tanks with no deformation observed. Next slide, please. Good. After the investigation into the incident, we have identified the following. The partially blocked high seawater suction strainer caused the cooling water starvation in low temperature collar. This led to high temperature of the main engine jacket cooling water, which caused the engine to shut down as a safety feature of the main engine. This slow response of the increased revolution highly likely to have been caused by the elevated fuel temperature, resulting in lower viscosity. This prompted the master to cancel the revolutions limiter. The bridge team, on the other hand, did not challenge the pilot orders to increase the revolutions by canceling the limiter during maneuvering of the vessel. The engine room team failed to take action to avoid the engine shutdown after the high temperature of jacket cooling water was activated. They could have kept the freshwater generator on standby mode so that it could be used in emergency to reduce the jacket cooling water temperature or open the low sea chest suction valve. The alarm log did not show main engine slowdown alarm. This is system parameters were set for the shutdown limit below the slowdown. The low temperature good alarm point was set below the jacket cooling water outlet temperature alarm. So as you can see, there were also quite a lot of wrong parameter settings on the main engine. We came to follow conclusions. The reason for the grounding was not attributed to the action of the bridge team. Although the master pilot interaction could have been stronger. Yeah? Also as soon as the pilot asked the master to cancel the limiter and go to sea speed revolution, that should have been challenged. Yeah. While as you know, anybody who's experienced with this will tell you to slow down the engine again, it will take some time. Yeah. Anyway, there we saw a point where the pilot-master relationship could have been much stronger. The pilot had requested the Anglo Jessica to increase the revolution to navigate a bend in the channel by cancelling the limiter on the main engine. The headmaster question is the possibility consequences of this, and perhaps alternatives such as anchoring in the channel the engine would have not blanked out. Ultimately, it is obvious that had the engine room staff paid more attention to the causes of alarms earlier that day, yeah, this was also discovered before the vessel heaved up the anchor. The chief engineer received some alarms in the engine room without telling the master. There was the day which was traced back to a lack of filter maintenance. The event may not have occurred at all. This grounding was the result of poor onboard management, which shall be focused up during subsequent superintendent visit. Yeah? As you know, as soon as we do the incident investigations, the incidents will be circulated on board the vessels for discussion, etc., or for suggestion, findings, etc., etc. Next slide, please. Good. That was the first incident. So please think above this incident. As I mentioned, the alarms were already identified before the vessel picked up the anchor. So what you as master, officer, or whoever, everybody can answer this, what you would have done. I still have also to point out, we ships sent out a circular months ago that all ships are required to clean the strainers, both of them, before entering the port, yeah, which was not followed up on this vessel. Good. The second, as you can see now downstairs, can we scroll down a little bit so that we can see the strainers? Can you see the strainers, everyone? How they are blocked, the two pictures? Possible, yeah, it's not really clear. So anyway, after the vessel went back safely on anchor, they opened up both strainers and found the high sea section strainers blocked around 70% with silt. Yeah. Conclusion was simple. There was not enough seawater flow to allow the vessel to sail as required, and the technical issues came up as soon as they increased the revolutions on the main engine and the engine shut down. Good. Also, small reminder, company requires you to clean all those strainers before entering into the port quite in advance. That means also when, as example, you have long anchorage times, 20 days, sometimes, I don't know, months or whatever, you did it before arrival, you better do it also before entering again. And as you know, sitting 20 days on anchorage, depending on the area, possible blocked again. Yeah, so please keep this all in mind to avoid such incidents. Yeah. Can I get the next slide, please? We developed some immediate checks action to be carried out. First of all, of course, the chief engineer should discuss with his peoples on board, with the engine department. Following, any vessel that has operated or visited port in tropical waters or water that are known to have lying on the river, possible marine growth, ISIL must have the seawater strain that was in operation, which I already mentioned. Engineer must be fully familiar with necessary changeover procedures from high to low and vice versa. Any problems with the seawater suction from the sea shapes. Have a contingency plan in place. How we can reach that any engineer is fully familiar with the system downstairs. Doesn't matter if it's a senior or a junior officer. Anybody has a comment on this? How we can achieve this? No comments? Give me some input, gentlemen, please. Don't be shy. How we can achieve that each engineer in the engine is fully familiar with the equipment? Mr. Acosta, any opinion?
Yes, sir. The strainer, sir, must always be checked. And normally, sir, in PMS, every 3 months, the strainer check. And also the pressure. You can monitor the pressure if the strainer is black.
Okay, and as I mentioned before, each arrival of a port, it has to be done
Yes,
as
sir.
per latest.
Before arrival in port, must be monitored. Also, the RPM. Once the engine RPM increase, it's normal that the temperature will rise. So must be ready the two coolers and also the switches. High and low must always ready.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Nice input. Don't be shy to ask, or answer. We like to have your input. That is quite more important, as before nobody says anything. Yeah? Okay, let's continue. Review the job safety analysis for opening and cleaning the main seawater suction filters, ensuring to proceed. So there's company procedures, GSR to prepared. Always ship specific. Yeah, remember this. GSR toolbox meeting should help you on board to avoid any kind of incidents before you even start the job. So sit down, talk together, think on the worst what could be happened during the job. And this is why you do a toolbox meeting. You sit all together, and I don't care how long it will take. And when you sit 1 hour there to discuss the job, make sure you find each possibilities where any of you can get insured. Yeah, you don't want this. And when you have done a JSR and a toolbox meeting properly, there should be normally no incident happening. Yeah? Good. Can I get the next slide, please? Okay, the second incident which I picked out is also quite interesting. As you can see, I think everybody can see what it is, yeah? The emergency fire pump room flooded with seawater. Good. Let's have the summary on this. What was actually happened, yeah? The bulk carrier was on ocean passage. Before the lunch break, the bilge alarm for the emergency fire pump located in the forecast, so it was activated in the engine alarm system. The duty engineer inspected forecastle and started GS pump to drive a ductor to pump out the water from the emergency pump room there. After the bilge alarm gone from the AMS, the duty engineer left the GS pump running to strip the bilges and went to lunch. So, what do you think about this? Let's stop here. He keeps the pump running and he went to lunch. Anyone? What's wrong here? Come on, don't be shy. Otherwise, I will pick one. Mr. Chagas, what is your opinion?
Yes, sir.
The duty engineer kept everything running and went to lunch.
I think this is not a safe practice.
Okay, what you would have done?
I think you should not leave the GS pump while running that you went to the lunch.
Very good, very good. You will finish the job and go then to lunch. Excellent answer. Thank you very much. Let's continue. After 2.5 hours, the 440-volt low insulation alarm was activated. First time. After another 2 hours, the ATO found that the power supply breaker for the emergency pump is tripped, and he rushed forward to inspect the emergency fire pump and found it fully flooded. Incident was reported to Chief Engineer and Master. Next 7 hours, the water from the emergency fire pump was pumped out by means of portable pumps because, as you know, The bilge adductor was unable to be used due to hydraulic valve signal indication malfunction. Next slide, please. Thank you. What went wrong? Further investigation revealed that following combination of factors contributed to the flooding of the emergency fire pump. The duty engineer was feeling confident after bilge alarm gone from the alarm panel to normal. He failed to check. Where is not my mouse here? He failed to check the emergency fire pump after. Also, as the FOB engineer said already, he left without control the pump, which should be never happened. Yeah? You never leave any equipment running when you are not there and observing what it is, yeah? Especially under the circumstances. The dewatering system remote with indication operation is possible from two locations, from the cargo office and engine control. However, cargo office was unmanned. The engine control monitor was out of order. This caused that nobody noticed indication that remote valve was left in open position. The adductor diffuser was found clogged. The foreign objects caused the bilge adductor to lose the vacuum and allowed water increase in the emergency fire pump room. The overboard valve were found frozen with valve disc size. The non-return check valve was found jammed with waste racks. The strainer for the fire pump bilge tank was found not in place, which allowed debris racks to block the adductor and non-return valve. And 8, the bilge sensor alarm was found damaged and not reliable. The level alarm was not activated again when the compartment was full by running the GS pump. The hydraulic remote valve indicator was not hermetic and therefore damaged by seawater. Next slide, please. Okay, now we have here, you can see these nice pictures. So, Captain Inting, what are you thinking about these pictures? What is your first answer to this? What when you see things like this?
It was damaged, sir, due to probably because of the seawater coming in.
Lack of maintenance, I call it. Would you call it lack of maintenance? I
Yes,
would.
sir. One factor is lack of maintenance also.
Yes. You can see it. Ne? Also, there's no discussion. There's long time the PMS not followed, and leaded then, of course, with all these factors together to flooding of the engine room. Thank you, Captain. Next slide, please. Good. Factors considered and ruled out as causes: irregular inspection and testing of emergency fire pump, the constrained fire pump compartment preventing the good inspection, inadequate construction of dewatering water increase alarm systems. What lesson we learned and action required? The industry incidents review proves that the potential consequences of forward compartment floodings could lead to serious loss of stability, vessel constructive damage, and even sinking of the vessels. Yeah. Through awareness and resilience shall be maintained to the regular high-low maritime risk management circulation. The regular inspection of the emergency fire pumps, yeah, that not only including the PMS items, it also includes the SOLAS required inspection, which you have to do weekly, yeah. Testing fire pump, emergency fire pumps during fire drills, and all these other international requirements must be followed. That's the only way how you find that your emergency fire pump is working in case you need her. Yeah? Any bilge pumping out operation should be reported to the bilge watch with indication of time when it started and when it's ended to be recorded. And of course, as you can see, we send out a safety bulletin for this, which must be discussed as usual and to be posted until the specific times. Next slide, please. Okay, good. Also, as you could see, two quite interesting incidents, which I still like you when you go on board, as they are filed, etc., and visible in ship shore. discuss it with all on board again. Yeah, as you know, we're changing new members on board. They may be not aware of this, but I think these learning from incidents is always a good opportunity to teach and train your peoples. Yeah, this is why one of my questions was how you ensure that your peoples, doesn't matter in which department they are working, fully familiar with the equipment are. The only way to guarantee is that the most experienced senior officer takes the peoples with him, shows him how it works, answer his questions, train him until you are satisfied that he can do it. Yeah? When the peoples are unfamiliar with equipment, this will lead, specific in the engine room, will lead to incidents. And the only way to avoid this, train them. I always took my officers with me, if it will serve me, even a junior engineer, make sure you understand what's going on in the engine. But that's the only way how you get up the knowledge. I learn every day new things, yeah? Which is interesting for me. It's the same as on board. Ensure your peoples are safe, discuss everything in advance before you do the work, and train your peoples. Yeah? Good. Any question from your side?
Right, Olaf.
Don't be shy.
Indeed, a very, very interesting session. You rightly said learning from incidents is always very interesting, concerning, but interesting. Especially the cases you have discussed today. Anglo Jessica, that was grounding. You did cover the investigation into the incident and also the investigation founding. The second incident was Anglo Red. You did discuss that the photographs shared by you very clearly showed lack of maintenance in these, and you rightly said the PMS not being followed. Yes, what went wrong has been discussed, and I'm sure basis these two incidents, our seafarer colleagues must be having a lot of things to discuss with you, ask you, or maybe have their own incidents to share with all of us. So guys, we have a 10-minute dedicated Q&A. What has been discussed, either learning from incidents, and also Oleg is with us, the HSEQ manager, in case you want to ask any queries, in case you have anything to discuss, share on environmental compliance or HSSE matters. So please go ahead. You can unmute. As we said, there are two options, or you can write your questions in the chat box. So please go ahead. I see there is something on the chat box. Am I right, Pauline?
Yes,
Yes.
second engineer Ergo Rolla just pointed out the message, proper maintenance and follow PMS schedule. The second, could you please describe how you guarantee that PMS schedules, international requirements are followed on your shift? Don't be shy to answer.
It's appeal to PMS the schedule.
Yeah, okay, that is one PMS. But as example, let's say to curiosity, the PMS tells you wherever you are, maybe it's a typo or whatever, but there's possibility that you shall maintain the emergency fire pump every 6 months, as example now, what we just have. Do you really would think that is appropriate, or as from your experience and as per international requirements, what you will do to change this, to get in line with international requirements? Would you speak up? Would you inform your superiors? Would you inform the company? Would you talk with your fleet superintendent? What you will do?
This PMS is appropriate. It's a good maintenance for the engine department.
Okay, but as I said, the PMS is not in line, for some reason, not aligned with international requirement. What you will do to ensure you get in line with international requirements? What you will do? you just came on board, new ship, you find out PMS, or here's something wrong that will not work. So we have to shut down, shorten this inspection to whatever, 1 month, weekly, whatever. What you will do? PMS still says 6 months, but you say, no, that's not enough. I have to do it every month or whatever. What you will do? Really, very simple.
Proper maintenances. Examples here, these are maintenance 6 months, not necessary 6 months. You must make 4 months because we need sometimes like filter black. We have maintenance filter. 3 months maintenance as PMS. Yeah, not necessary. Yeah.
You would inform your fleet superintendent and discuss this with the chief engineer, I would guess, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Would you? That is actually what I wanted to hear. It's very simple. I know you know the answer,
Yes,
but I know how it is always when you get directly asked. Okay, thank you very much.
Please allow me one comment. Okay, PMS, it's a good instrument, but how to ensure efficiency of PMS? Let's say we have job description and we're doing, let's say, cleaning of strainers every 3 months, but is it really done or it's just tick box exercise? That we're closing the job in PMS, not actually opening the filters? Or let's say testing of fire pump, it's done regularly, emergency fire pump. I believe I far away from thinking that you are not doing this, but yes, you're testing the fire pump. But in this particular case, simply on suction side of bilge, the mesh, the filter was missing and Rex was sucked and check valve, non-return valve blocked by the Rex. So the guy who was testing the pump, he didn't notice it, that the filter is missing, the mesh is missing on the suction side of the bilge. It's a matter of housekeeping, it's a matter of vigilance again. And we far away, we believe that second engineer who was testing the fire pump, he's professional, he knows his job. It's simply he was not paying attention to small details. How to ensure efficiency? Do you have any suggestions? Okay, this incident, the lesson learned sharing, it's one way. It's from our side. We're sharing with all vessels. You have discussions on board to raise awareness. What else? What else we can do to avoid such situations?
Nah,
Good day, sir.
who wants to answer?
Hello.
Good day, sir. Chief Engineer Tata, sir.
Yes, go ahead, Chief.
Yes, with regards with the, that the PMS is guaranteed to be, followed or implemented. As per PMS, regards, we need have to be, constant monitoring on the items regarding the job has been done. Maybe some photos, like someone you can follow up with your engineers who actually done the job. If there's any issues regarding the testing, the maintenance, if they have seen some issues, even small details. So by that, sir, you can maybe investigate or check on something that there may be something wrong on the machinery. So by that, simply constant monitoring on the items, especially during testing, or you have to be there. If not, by some your engineers to follow up the situation or the equipment if it's really working perfectly, so as to any inspection it will be no issues at all.
Okay, but again, you're coming to the matter of supervision, let's say photos, photo reports or something like this. But I would like to guide you in different direction. In my topic, I was telling about the proper leadership mindset. So I strongly believe that, let's say, chief engineer or chief officer for deck department demonstrates good leadership when he demonstrates that there are no any shortcuts accepted. Then second engineer in engine room or second officer on deck, he will follow the same example. So we're coming from the top, let's say, from master, from chief engineer, setup of leadership behavior. So if shortcuts, if some non-compliances are not accepted by the top management, it will be a good example for junior officers and ratings that this is not accepted. For instance, second engineer who was inspecting the fire pump, once again, he's one of the top officers. He's top officer. He's not junior. He's not rating. And simply he was not, let's say, set properly in his mind to do this job responsibly. And that's leading to incident. Of course, now he has a lesson learned. He has his personal experience with this case, and maybe it will change his mindset. And we're trying to circulate it to other vessels. When you're reading our circulars, let's try to put you in the shoes of the guy who was doing this on another vessels, and try to, let's say, understand what was wrong on another vessel, not just simply read and some safety bulletin or technical bulletin and make a record that training done. It's not the purpose of circulation of lessons learned. Okay, any other? Yes, please, Chief. Go ahead, please.
I think, is there any further comments, or seeing the sense of time, we're a bit behind the schedule. Any other comments on what we just shared with Oleg and Olaf on incidents and other topics what we have just covered? As told earlier, we do have a final Q&A session before we close for the day. So in case something comes up, may I suggest do write to us. We will ensure those questions are being picked up during the final Q&A, or do write it in the chat box. We can direct to Olaf or Oleg or the concerned person, and I'm sure they would be more than happy to answer you guys. So seeing that, since it's time, we should move ahead, and I would like to invite my colleague, Managing Director, Training Services, Sartaj Gill, and he's going to speak on taking accountability and ownership.
Thank you very much, Rishi. Mic check confirmation. Sound is okay?
Loud and clear, Sartaj.
Thank you, Rishi. So, hi everyone. Good afternoon one more time to all my colleagues dialing in from the Philippines. Just a quick background on myself. Like you, I've been a seafarer for many years, and then I moved ashore, and since then, worked in different departments. Had the privilege of working in different countries. One of them being Manila, where I spent almost 6 years. So I know Filipino colleagues very, very well, having lived there, the culture as well. And then, I've had different experiences around the globe. In V Group, what is most important is my role is a critical one, because it's all focused on you. It's about your development, giving you the right tools, the right skills to be able to progress in your careers, whether it is training related, whether it is competencies related, anything of that sort. So that's kind of me and my team's role. So now what are we here to discuss in my session? So we have about 15 odd minutes. The whole discussion previously with Oleg and Olaf, I think gels in very nicely to my session. It's all about accountability and taking ownership. And this is one of the key aspects of what we do from a behavior perspective. So let's do a quick check. In my opening session, I said I will be coming in and testing whether you were paying attention or not. So let's see if any of you remember what these numbers are. So can anybody tell me, or just use the chat box and type in what was the number 1 for, meaning was it representing collisions, accidents, incidents, injuries? What was it? Let's see. Can I quickly see some fastest fingers first? Type in a message and let's see whether you remember anything. So let's look at the first number 1. What was it representing when I spoke to you in the morning? Okay. I only have one input so far in the chat. Don't be shy. Please put in. Let's see.
That's sir.
Come on, friends. Yes. I only have second engineer Jomari Acosta who has typed in something. Can anybody else type in? Okay, let's see. What was the number 2 representing? What is 2? 2 is accident, PSC, detention. Okay. Anybody else? Everybody's very shy. Okay. Never mind. I will continue to ask more questions. So just for everybody's refresher, 1 was an injury or an accident that happened to colleagues on board the Anglo fleet. 2 was the number of main engine related incidents. 7 was the total number of major incidents in the fleet. And then 1 on the far left is the number of port state detentions that have happened in the last 6-8 months of this year. So that was just a refresher to kind of understand how attentive we are in terms of listening. It's never easy, especially when it is virtual, but this is also an art in today's world which we need to do. All our previous speakers, starting from Alistair to Oleg to Olaf, everybody emphasized on the word communication. This is communication, right? So that means if we are saying something and if the retention is not there, that means the communication is failing. And this goes back to the point where Alistair was mentioning on the survey that he believes that the current standard is perhaps between poor to adequate, whereas most of you have rated it as 70% upwards in the very good category. So let's reset that and agree that maybe our listening and our communication is not as great as we think it is. So, okay. Talking about accountability, the next slide, again, this was shown by Oleg in the morning. It's all about the key behaviors, safety behaviors within V Group. I'm going to focus on number 2. And why number 2? Because we believe that some of these incidents, if not all of these incidents that have occurred within the fleet, could have been avoided with a little bit more of ownership being taken by anybody within the organization. It could have been a junior officer, could have been a rating, could have been the master chief engineer, could have been the superintendent, could have been anybody in the whole organization, collectively V Group. So ownership and accountability is very, very important. So let's look at maybe one example, right? So I have a bridge scenario on the next slide. A third officer is keeping a watch. So Karen, can you flip to the next one, please? So third officer keeping the night watch, 8 to 12 typically is what they do. Who do you think is responsible or accountable for maintaining a safe navigation? Is it the third officer? Is it the master? Is it the lookout? Is it all of them? Can I request all the deck officers or even engineers for that matter to type in the chat box? Who do you think is accountable? So let's look at accountable first, right? Who's accountable? Third officer, master, lookout, all of them. Can I see some typing going on, please, quickly? Or anybody can raise their hand and speak up, whatever you're comfortable with. Okay, no takers. Okay, if that is the case, master, all of them, master. Okay. Who else? Let's see, second officer, Dennis. Third officer, Jericho. You're on watch. Who is accountable for safe navigation? Master, okay. Second officer, Dennis.
Yes, sir. It is responsible by service and also responsible by the master, because master is all over command.
Okay. All right. So basically, just to give an overview, right? There is a slight difference between responsibility and accountability. So in this case, The ultimate accountability always rests with the master. He is the person accountable for running the ship in a safe manner. The third officer is responsible for maintaining a good, safe navigation watch while he's on bridge by following what the master's orders were. So there's a fine line between it. However, at the end of the day, I like to use the word ownership, and ownership is across the board. Whether you are the lookout, whether you are third officer, or whether you are the master, every single one of them needs to take the ownership to make sure that the navigation is happening appropriately. Ownership of your own task and ownership of raising your hand and saying that, hey, third officer, there is something going wrong.
Satai, sorry, you were lost here for some minutes, I think. Could not hear you at all.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I think we could hear you, Sartaj. Yeah.
Okay,
But
okay.
here
So
on
you
this
could
end
hear
not.
me. Okay, okay.
Probably, yeah.
Good. All right. So just to recap, so what I'm saying is, let's talk about ownership, right? So we would like every person to take ownership of their tasks, but also be aware of what's going on around. Be situationally aware, and then raise your hand and point out. So if you believe the third officer is taking an action which is not correct, then the lookout should stop that job as well. If the third officer for some reason believes with the master on board during navigation that the master is not taking an action which he is 100% clear of, there is no harm in raising your hand and asking the master for clarification. There is a way of doing it. It's all about communication. You don't need to be aggressive. You don't need to be rude. But by all means, please raise your hand and ask for clarification, because very often all of us can make mistakes. Nobody is right all the time. So please take that ownership and responsibility of your actions and make sure you work collectively. So similarly for the engineering as well, chief engineers, you have to create that environment on board your vessel that anybody would be able to raise their hands and question and seek answers from you to clarify whether the task being done is safe to be done in the manner it has been ordered to be done. Okay, so next one. Ownership and accountability sometimes can be construed as blame game, right? There is a fine line between this. So very often as seafarers, even in my time, if I'm sailing, if a superintendent or if the office staff would ever ask a question after something goes wrong, that seems to be sometimes a sense of blocking. It's normal human nature. There's nothing wrong. But then as humans, we believe, oh, I am being questioned. And why am I being questioned? Am I being blamed? No, it's not about blame culture. It's about just culture. It's about sharing of information. If we are reaching out to you to ask for information, the reason is we want to learn from it. And then sitting ashore, we might have dealt with a similar situation amongst any other vessel within the fleet. We are managing up to 600 vessels in our global fleet. It is more than likely that a similar situation that has happened on board your vessel could have happened in the past on another vessel. So we are knowledge brokers. We can share a lot of information, but for that, we need you to share information with the office side as well. So there's nothing about blame. Even on board the vessel, it's very easy for sometimes a senior officer to say, hey, I was not on the bridge. The third officer was on the bridge. It's not my mistake. The third officer was doing the navigation. He did not call me on time when something was going wrong. Then you as senior officer, have you built that culture on your vessel where the third officer feels safe to raise his hand or to pick up the phone and give you a call at 11:30 at night, assuming that you will come up in time and that you will not question him on why did you call me third officer? Are you incompetent? Simple things, but very, very important aspects to look at. So it's important to raise your hand at times and accept mistakes. If we do that, all of us do that, but it's not easy, but it's an important art. All of us need to learn. Raise your hand and say, yes, I made a mistake. I have learned from that mistake. And the important thing is, do not repeat those mistakes going forward. That is what experience is all about. And learning from your experience is excellent. Learning from others' experiences and mistakes is even better, so that you don't make those and you learn from them. Next, please, Karen. So let's look at this, right? Again, navigation, oil spill, MARPOL. Environment is considered as one of the most important or biggest risks as far as V group is concerned. Very, very critical, very, very severe penalties, not just for the organization, but for every single seafarer, the senior officers on board. The penalties are immense, even leading up to jailing sentences. And I hope all of you are aware of it. And like I said in my initial slide, we want all of you to come back home safely. And I'm sure your families would like you to come back home even more than what we would say. So if not for yourself, for the families, let's collectively think about what we are doing right versus what we are doing wrong and address it. Now, all of us, like I said, are accountable for somebody else. In our families, we are accountable to other members. Our behavior goes as a reflection on what the whole family feels. Similarly, on board, when you are doing a specific action, the repercussions can be felt for the rest of the entire crew complement on board the vessel. So if you're one person, the impact can be felt on the entire team, the whole vessel. So very, very important to look at that as well. So timely reporting for errors. If there is an issue, report in time. Don't wait till things go out of control. Quickly drop a message. If something is going wrong on board the vessel, as a junior officer, you see something, escalate it immediately to the senior officers. Senior officers, if you believe you need help, escalate it to the office immediately. Let's not wait and wait and wait till it is too late, and then there is no way anybody can help or support. So timely communication is very important. Building that level of trust with each other is very important. Next slide, please. Port state control. We have had a lot of discussions earlier today. So whether it is detention, whether it is any other serious, observations, code 30s, code 17s, whatever. Can you again, I'm a bit passionate about this. Can you imagine, would you ever allow, let's say, your family members or you yourself, if you're driving a car, yes, certain countries it's allowed, yes, but in a lot of countries, driving without seatbelt is a punishable offense. So let's take even a more serious. If you know your car's brakes are not working and it is raining outside, would you put your family inside that car and drive on the expressway at full speed, 100 miles an hour? The answer might be a no. So would we have the same philosophy and mentality on board the vessel? So if you're a junior officer, third officer responsible for LSA FFA on board, if the thought comes to your mind and you know that one of the firefighting extinguishers is not working and the charges are finished, would it not be prudent to get it fixed immediately rather than thinking, oh, I'm too tired today, or never mind, I will do it next month or in a week's time? No, that is as good as criminal, because you're putting people's life at stake. Similarly, when you're driving a car which you know is not suitable, you're putting your family's life at stake, but you're also putting other people's life at stake. And that's what a port state inspection is coming and telling you that, hey guys, something is seriously wrong on board the vessel. So we really, really need to think about this very, very carefully on what happens when a port state control person comes on board and he identifies a serious kind of non-conformance. It's never good. We all need to then look at ourselves on what went wrong and fix it to ensure it doesn't happen in the future. So very, very important. Next, please. Now, collective accountability. And when I say collective accountability, I again bring the word ownership. And then I'm talking about mentoring. As kids, you would say, they like to learn a lot. They're asking multiple questions. I have 4-year-old, twins, and the amount of questions they ask is amazing. They understand everything. Similarly, the junior officers, the cadets, the ratings, the young people coming on board. Please, senior officers or experienced hands or experienced ABs, take the time and effort to mentor them, because what you will tell them, what you will show them, they will follow. For them, they are new. They will see, oh, this is the way things are done here. It becomes the safety culture on board your vessel. So please be aware of how you're behaving, how you're talking, how you're mentoring your junior officers, because when you are sleeping, they are the ones responsible for some of the tasks. So if you don't teach them the right things, they will not learn the right things. So hopefully you will not be able to sleep then peacefully at night. So everything is linked. We all together as a collective organization need to make sure that the safety culture is managed properly. Let's not have this concept of, oh, I'm here only for 4 months. It does not matter. I will finish my 4 months and go home. It's a cycle. You will come back to the same ship. You are working as a team. You're working as one big family. So let's keep that in mind. The next example, you all would have seen number of times, I'm sure, the F1. Now, this is all about teamwork and trust. Can anybody maybe type in the chat box, what is the current maybe record for the fastest pit stop? In F1, if some of you follow, the Formula One car comes, it stops, they quickly change the wheels, they refuel, and the car goes out. Any guesses? Can you type in the chat box, what is the record? Just give a chat. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, few seconds. Let's see, don't be shy, try. I'm sure some of you would know this thing. Okay, I see a bit of chat. 3 seconds, okay. Pauline Nava, 3 seconds. Oleg, 4 seconds, good. Thank you, my friends, for, for using your fingers. We need some exercise here. Okay, so let me give you the answer. The fastest record was done in the Brazilian Grand Prix in 2019 by the Red Bull team, 1.82 seconds. I say that again, 1.82 seconds. It's faster than even me saying 1.82 seconds and the car is out with 4 tires changed and refueled. Can you just imagine the amount of teamwork that does this, the amount of practice that they must be doing, and the amount of trust they have on each other doing their job correctly? Nobody has the time to look over the shoulder to say, hey, is the guy standing behind me changing the wheel correctly? Is the guy holding the tool or the pneumatic wrench doing it properly? The guys holding the hose to refuel, are they doing properly? The driver drives in, he sees the red light, he stops. As soon as he sees the green light, he goes. He doesn't stop and check, oh, is the board tire changed or not? So this is the type of level of trust, the level of teamwork, the level of commitment, the level of passion that we need to build in what we do. And if we can do that, then we will run a seamless operation. Our clients will be super, super happy. You will be super happy. Your families would be super happy because the performance is great. Everybody's safe. Okay, so enough of talk. The next step. So what are we doing about it as an organization? Obviously, the so-called soft skills. I don't like the word soft skills. I would like to use the word the real skills that we have, the attitude, the behavior, those competencies. Leadership, accountability, ownership is one of them. So we have implemented a leadership development program within V Group. And that program is divided into like a long journey. It takes almost 2 different contracts before you can finish everything. So there are 2 face-to-face 3-day sessions. There are e-learning modules. There are multiple different things that need to be done. That program has been implemented in V Group since 2019, last quarter. We are looking at rolling that out for the Anglo fleet as well. So all of you, if some of you have attended, then fantastic. If you have not, then the intention is that you will slowly come and join those sessions. And as the photos are placed over here, you will see it's a very, very interesting program. It's about behaviors, leadership skills. How do you communicate? How do you build trust? So multiple different things. And then we try to do this with multiple nationalities, especially now given the virtual sessions. So the culture aspects of it also come into the picture. So my last slide would be, again, to just reinforce that you, as our colleagues on the ships, are on the front line. You are at the sharp end of the business. You are dealing with all the key operational aspects of the vessel. You're dealing with the inspectors. You're dealing with the port authorities, everything. You have the authority to take decisions. You do not have to wait for somebody else to tell you. You are on the scene. The buck stops there. You decide as the senior officer on the scene on what is right for you and for your crew, and then you make a decision in accordance with the VMS, which is a V Group management system, and the industry standards. So please keep that in mind. We are here to support you in whatever best way possible. You will have 100% support from our side. So if you ever need that, please always reach out to us. So with that, I would like to end my session. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoyed that and happy for any questions. Rishi, back to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sartaj. First of all, grateful for the time you took for being with us, sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience, and indeed a very, very motivational talk. Once again, thanks for being a part of this seminar. Guys, we have a 10 minutes dedicated Q&A with the topic what Sartaj just shared on leadership, taking ownership, accountability. As we said, this is not only questions or answers. It might be some experience you want to share in this forum with the larger audience. We would be more than happy to hear you. So please go ahead. As we said, there are a couple of options. You can raise your hand. We can unmute you, or you can unmute yourself, or write down in chat. We would be more than happy to read out to Sartaj. So any takeaways, any questions? Please go ahead, guys. We have the Managing Director Training Services with us to answer your queries. I don't see.
You don't have any questions on this topic, meaning just training related. If there is anything else you would like to know, you would like to ask a question about anything, please feel free. This is your chance.
Thank you, Sartaj. Yes, indeed, anything related to training services, please go ahead. It's pin drop silence. I don't see any hands being raised. I don't see anybody speaking up. So, guys, it's a good time. It's a big forum. We have senior leaders from different departments. As I said, Sartaj is with us, Managing Director Training Services. He's open to answer any queries related to training. As we all are aware, we've recently shifted to new learning platform. So in case you have anything to do with that or any of the e-learnings or face-to-face trainings or virtual training, we would be happy to address those queries too. I think if that is the case, Sartaj, we are slightly behind schedule, so we'll take that thing as a bonus. And Oleg is writing, are we as good as Ferrari?
Okay, let's see. I guess that statement is more apt for this seafarer colleagues to answer, right?
Yes, it's a question before lunch break, you know.
Yeah, I know. Let's think about it and come back, right? Because I think we have a long way to reach there, but I think collectively, if we work together, I'm sure we can be a similar kind of a team, very, very effective and efficient team.
I'm sure.
Sartaj sir, I just want to add in here.
Yeah.
This is Naresh here. I just want to put it across to the seafarers, since they are part of this forum, as are they comfortable with the number of courses that we are planning for each ranks before they go on boards? Because that was one of the issue that was raised by the seafarers. So I would like to use this opportunity to ask the seafarers that how comfortable they are with the kind of courses that we as a training department within V Group are coming up.
I think indeed interesting topic. Sartaj, you want to say something, please?
No, I'm waiting for our seafarer colleagues to respond to that. So the question is, very often we hear from our seafarer colleagues that, oh, there is far too much training in V Group. There is too much things to do. So maybe this is a good opportunity. Don't feel shy, because based on your feedback, if you say, yes, there is too much, then we will look at improving. But on the other side, if you say, no, I think it is nice, or no, you should do more training, then we will also look into that on what would be the best way to move forward. So anybody, junior officers, let's see, there are so many junior officers right now. I'll have to pick names, because if you're silent, then it makes me worried. Fourth engineer, Rachel. Let's see. How many, do you think there is too much training or you think it's okay?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
So is it good or is it not good? Is it too much?
For me, it's too much, but it's benefits for us. It's good for us. We have the trainings to gain more knowledge about safety. And the question is, what is the amount of this training? So some trainings, I think some trainings are charged for us.
Sorry, can you say the last part? Some trainings are charged to you. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. All right, so maybe I should address the last one first. I will be surprised if any V group value added training will be charged to you. That should not be the case. STCW courses, yes, absolutely. But anything that the company requires you to do, you would not be asked to pay for that. If that is happening, then that is something new for me.
Also, not the big of training. These are some trainings just like basic, just like that. And sometimes on board there's a lot of trainings. It's too much.
Okay, so when you say onboard, you mean e-learning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so point noted. I think onboard wise, all the vessels would have this ocean learning platform, the OLP, installed on board your vessel, which is basically Seagull software. In that, we have a rank-based matrix. So depending on your rank, you will have different training courses that you need to do. Now, whether it is too much, too less, too much, if you're saying, then we will certainly look into the feedback. Or very often what happens is when we speak to some senior officers, they say, oh, the junior officers need more training because they are not competent. So it's a balance between how we do it. But what we have done is we have taken feedback from a lot of the seafarers and colleagues saying that there is too much training when we are at home. So what we have done is we have removed that part and we have moved that over to onboard. So yes, your onboard training requirement will perhaps increase a little bit, but your pre-departure training will then go down slightly. So it's a balance between the two. So let's see. Anybody else has any comments on that? Too little, too much, just nice, okay. Third Officer Turla.
Couple of comments which has come into the
Turla.
chat box. Yeah.
Possible to take LMS training during vacation instead of taking it on board because sometimes due to data LMS falls in operation in board.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the question I read is that, is it possible to do the trainings when you are home? The answer is absolutely yes. Right? You have access to the same e-learning home as what you have when you are on board the vessel. So you can take that. There is a way you toggle through the system to be able to see what is critical for rank versus what is recommended. But if you do that, yes, you can take all the trainings for your rank even when you're at home if you need to do that. That is absolutely possible, no problem at all. So you have the flexibility to do both. If in case you do not know how to do it or you've had problem, please reach out to your crewing team and please reach out to the training department and we will help you navigate through the system to make sure that you are fully aware of that.
Do I have something to say?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We start missing the family-like working relationship between the office and the crew. If this issue cannot be addressed very soon, we will be losing the hard crew. So no blame policy and teamwork are in question here.
Sorry, can you say that again? I did not catch you entirely.
Okay, sir, I will say it again. We, the group, we start missing the family-like working relationship between the office and the group. If this issue cannot be addressed very soon, we will be losing the hard group. No blame policy and teamwork are in question here.
Okay, thank you very much. Oleg, may I kind of defer this to you? I guess the point is the communication between ship and shore perhaps needs an improvement. Otherwise, there is a risk being flagged here, and which is a very valid point. So thank you for that.
Sure, and we believe, and we pointed it out today, that communication is vital important. It's critically important between good communication between office and the vessel. On Anglo international vessels, now we have program of monthly calls between ship management and fleet cell management. Every month we suppose, okay, it depends on quality of communication, but all vessels were requested to install Teams or we trying to establish some video conferences, some video chats between office staff and team on board, management team on board. It's two-way communication. We also need initiative from vessel side. It's our initiative. We calling you, we arranging this. But to establish good communication link, we also need initiative from the ship staff. I cannot complain. Let's say as a DPA, I receiving numerous calls from masters notifying me about activities on board, post-state control inspections, any defects, any troubles. I don't see that we lost some links. It's generally, I have no such impression, but it's worrying that you have such impression. Here in this office, I mentioned in my topic that we should ask ourselves, are we accessible as well as we want? So I am always accessible. You can call me and you can share with me your concerns at any time as DPA, as a GCQ manager. And I expect same from my colleagues, from Marine Superintendent, all of us online, from technical superintendents. Us in the office, we should be open 24 hours, 7 days per week for your calls. Yes, we're missing something. I believe, yes, in the past when, let's say, senior officer, master, chief engineer were passing through our office and we had a chance to meet each other before joining the vessel, to spend some time, to have some friendly communication. It's established better link. So it's always better when you know the guy personally, face to face. But the time and let's say this challenging time dictates something different. But we have technologies in our for this purpose. We can establish some virtual calls, virtual communication. We are working in this direction.
If I may add something, Oleg, can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, hello everybody. Sorry to jump in. I really like the comment of Captain Joel. Thank you very much. And I also saw another comment about spare parts of diesel generators, and I thank you for that, Captain. I don't think this is the place to discuss technical matters. However, I'll be happy to take it up with anybody who needs to discuss anything on that. I will introduce myself a little later. Please bear with me. I will be presenting about port state control. Talking about communication, I'm not clear. I understand that you read the statement. I'm not clear from whom or to what purpose, but it was said before, I think it was by Sartaj, that asking a question on an incident doesn't mean that anybody is blamed. I don't know if you mean communication, the technical means of communication or the content of the communication. I'm not sure which of the two was the core of your question, Captain Joel. but we are willing to work in both directions. And you know, in the heat of the everyday work, things will happen that will be taken differently in somebody who is on board 1,000 miles away from the office and in the office. We have a no blame policy here, and we always try to be fair. And not only that, we need to protect our crews. We have been having a lot of issues with our fleet lately, and we have been trying with the owners who are very cooperative to solve these things. And we try not to blame anybody. Not everybody is to blame. Please take that as a given. We are all working to the same end, and we need to make our lives easier by communicating better and not letting misunderstandings get between us. Okay, we are always here. I've said to this, we haven't worked together, Captain Joel, maybe some of the other masters and chief engineers and even crew, we've worked together before with myself, and I'm going to dare to speak for the owners also, with Mr. Stewart should be on the call. And we have always been there to assist you, and we will continue doing that, and we will continue trying to enhance the technical means and the weapons we have to do so, because we want to reach this fleet at a much better level and much more smooth sailing than where we are now. So I'm not going to say anything else. Please feel free to express if we completely answered your question. If not, we'll be glad to take more questions. I don't know if this is the place here, and I don't know if this seminar is a technical, it's not a technical seminar, but about spare parts, budgets, communications in everyday working fashion. We are always here, and you can see our phone numbers. Please give us a call. That was my question, my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harris. Maybe just one last point, Captain Joel, for your benefit. So the leadership program that I talked about, that initiative is also one where the superintendents are attending. So the way we are running it is the superintendents and the senior officers are joining that training together. And this is one effort where we believe that the trust, the communication, the relationship will further build up even more stronger. So for Anglo also, we are looking at creating a dedicated one here. So hopefully that initiative will be well received by you as well. So thank you for that, Rishi. I'm conscious of time, maybe back to you, and then I guess people are due for lunch or break or coffee, whatever. So back to you. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you, Sartaj.
Hi, sir.
Thanks so very much. Did we hear something from someone?
Yes, sir. I think I took it in general, but to be specific, it is the relationship between the superintendent and the officers on board. It is not the whole fleet, sir, or the whole or the technical, the management. It is only particularly in the superintendent and the crew on board.
Okay, thank you, Captain Joel. Let's discuss this separately. I think this is a different kind of a virtual meeting. Let's discuss this separately. We are working on everything, and we are all here. Okay, so thank you very much for your comments. I have nothing else on that.
Thank you too, sir.
Thank you, Captain Joel, and thank you very much, Harris, Oleg, with your comments. I would like to again thank Sartaj for the fantastic presentation, very, very interactive. Seeing the sense of time, we are we're almost 30 minutes behind the schedule. So instead of 45 minutes, what we have decided, we'll take a 30 minutes refreshment or lunch break, depends where you are. So it's going to be a bit late in Manila. So could be a refreshment break for you guys. So eat something, walk around, stretch yourself, and probably we'll see you in 30 minutes. We have something very interesting coming up apart from crewing. We also have Stuart, the technical manager from Anglo, who's going to speak on ballast water and scrubber and also on vessel equipment failure. Apart from that, a very interesting session by Harris, Deputy Fleet Manager, on preparing the vessel for PSE. So guys, be safe, eat well. We'll see each other in next 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
Don't want to mislead. This is all you need. Be your everything, yeah, I'll be your everything. Still too soon to feel. Please just say it's real. More than just a thrill, not just in it for the thrill. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. 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 Even when you're low, you can let me know. You know I will show. Now we're sipping the Bordeaux. With you through it all, winter to the fall. You just make the call, yeah, I'm in it for it all. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love, cause love it needs to touch it. You're pressing on my buttons, babe, let me tell you something. I'm in it for the love. 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 For the I'm in it 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 for the I've been looking for a way out. I can't find my way now. I just need you by my side. Lately, I've been thinking, baby, we could get away and never look back. Never look back. Never look back. No, never look back. Never look back. No. And never look back, never look back, never look back, no, never look back, never look back, no.
Thank you very much. And that was a lovely music, keeping everybody live. Welcome back, everyone. I suppose we had some good rest, ate well, hydrated. We had a very, very interesting session so far. We started off with Managing Director, V-Ship Cyprus. Before that, indeed, Mike gave the safety movement. We also had Alistair, Managing Director, V Group, on leadership. Spoke very well. Then we had a fantastic session by Oleg and Olaf. And then Sartaj, before we went on lunch, spoke on taking ownership and accountability. This session, again, we have some very, very interesting topics coming up. As I've told you, we also have Stuart with us, Technical Manager, Anglo, who will be meeting us a couple of times, couple of sessions he has got. And we also have preparing the vessel for PSC. But before we go that, let me invite Elena. This is a topic everyone is again looking forward to. That's for the crewing update. Elena, the stage is
Hi,
all yours.
Rishi. Hi, thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I would also like to welcome you to this webinar and would like to thank you all very much for your participation and your input. So as most of you know, I am the dedicated crew manager for the Anglo fleet, and have been in charge of all operations since we took over from Shanghai. As you can see from the slide, I have a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance, and I joined V-Ships back in 2003 in the accounts department. I joined as an NTD accountant and gradually grew to the positions of supervisor and accounts manager. And that was until 2014, when I was shifted to the crewing department and I assumed the role of the assistant crew manager. I have been promoted to crew management partner, or CMP in short, back in February 2020. And ever since, I'm working alongside with our senior CMP, Mr. Diamandis Thomas, looking after the whole fleet managed by the V-Ship Cyprus office. During my time with the crew department of V-Ship Cyprus, I have been involved with all the clients under this office and have experience on all types of tankers, including LPG vessels, as well as bulk carriers like our Anglo fleet. Next slide, please, Karen. Okay, so to start with the presentation, the V Crew Connect app. As most of you might be aware by now, the V Crew Connect app is available to all V Group crew. The application is available in both the Play Store for Android mobiles as well as the App Store for iPhones, and it is compatible with all devices. Through this portal, you can reach out to the chat support and raise any questions you might have or ask for any clarification and assistance required. Next slide, please. Through the app, you can also declare your next availability prior disembarkation and also secure your next assignment well in advance. Moreover, you are able to upload all your documents and certificates and view your pending trainings with the deadline for completion clearly specified. The app gives digitized seafarers the opportunity to perform and complete mobilization tasks from wherever they are in the world, and also while you're on board in regards to your training. It aims to give you more time at home to spend with your family and ensure visits to the office are meaningful and value added, and only when it is necessary for your pre-joining mobilization. As per the latest statistics, around 80% of active V Group seafarers are currently digitized, and the numbers keep growing. Next slide, please, Karen. Okay, now performance appraisal system, or PAS in short. In mid-2020, this new performance appraisal system was launched in waves to all V Group managed vessels. A number of instructions were sent on board by the crew workforce management and systems team dedicated in developing and launching this system. The process is split in 3 steps, as you can see on this slide. The first one, the sign-on meeting, where performance expectations are set and discussed. The midterm feedback meeting, which is an informal follow-up, giving the opportunity to both parties to discuss the performance at that stage and highlight any weaknesses and areas of improvement that have been identified. Lastly, the final evaluation meeting, during which your performance while on board should be discussed in detail and the action plan finalized. The key advantages of the new system, as you can see on the slide, are you get to know the seafarer in person and have a personal communication with him in regards to your expectations and what is required of him. It gives you the opportunity to set and discuss the expectations together and reach to an agreement mutually. It provides a wider view on crew performance. It is designed to ensure a consistent, fair, and transparent performance, and the evaluation is based on observations across the whole contract duration instead of being focused on only one period during your contract. Lastly, it supports the seafarer in their future career development and identifies any training needs that the seafarer will need to address when he returns back home. Next slide, please. All the performance appraisal dimensions must be taken into consideration always, subject to your rank during your sea service. The performance scale is split in 6 categories with clear definitions for each mentioned on the appraisal form. The aim of the appraisals is to assist us monitor your performance while on board and closely follow up your development. Appraisals are a great tool for crew management to assist with your career development and also provide support in any weak area identified. Any training needs raised must be closely followed up by the local crewing team to ensure that the required courses are passed prior to your next embarkation. Next slide, please. Okay, now coming to COVID crewing measures. Within the first few months of the COVID-19 pandemic, V Group established the COVID Crewing Command Center, CCCC in short, in order to ensure crew safety. Close monitoring of all developments ensures that we manage crew changes in a safe and effective way. Through the various CCCC instructions issued since last year, several enhanced mobilization procedures have been introduced. The ultimate goal is to ensure safety of all crew during the crew change arrangements and while on board. PCR test prior joining is mandatory for all crew prior traveling, also ensuring that all the required PPE is supplied to all our joiners. Furthermore, an extensive pre-joining COVID briefing awareness session is provided to ensure safety while traveling as well as raise awareness. Prior to the commencement of any crew change, a comprehensive risk assessment is prepared, reviewed, and approved by the fleet manager and the CMPs. This is the main tool used to mitigate all the risks involved and ensure that we follow all the requirements of the local authorities in the countries at which the crew change is being arranged. V Group has appointed a leading medical management company called Future Care for medical advices around the clock for all managed vessels, and specifically when this relates to COVID-19 suspected or confirmed cases. In addition, we have launched the Employee Assistance Program through ComPsych, providing support to any crew who might reach out for help. We are also sending weekly COVID crew change updates and crew change plans to all managed vessels, keeping them updated with all developments in each major country. From the 22nd of March 2020 to date, V Group has successfully completed 50,000 crew moves, and the office in V-Ships Limassol has performed more than 5,000 crew moves during the same period. Moreover, regular updates and communications by the crew management CEO, Mr. Alan Falkenberg, are distributed to all crew on board and all ashore. Also, our local manning agencies are updating your families with these messages while you are on board. Lastly, we have had several virtual senior leadership COVID-19 crew engagement calls that have been conducted by both crew and ship management in order to interact with our crew on board and provide support to everybody who is sailing on our managed vessels. Next slide, please. The Employee Assistance Program and Mental Wellbeing. The V-Ship Seafarer Employee Assistance Program, or EAP in short, offers a network of services to help seafarers improve their health, achieve more at work and home, and handle personal, legal, or financial challenges. The services are strictly confidential and offer seafarers someone to talk to and resources to consult whenever they face any difficulties or challenges. You or one of your family members can use the app either by phone, dialing the designated telephone number, or by logging in online at guidanceresources.com. Next slide, please. The VCare program launched is focused on seafarer health and well-being, increase seafarer engagement and motivation, as well as reduce medical cases on board our managed vessels. The major features of this program, as mentioned on the slide, are well at sea, healthy meal planning, social activities on board, and finally, 24/7 counseling hotline for anyone who wants to reach out. Next slide, please, Karen. As a consequence of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the development in shipping in general, we see an increased focus on mental well-being. During this worldwide pandemic, one of our key priorities has been the well-being of our crew. As the crisis has developed, our concern for our seafarers' physical and mental well-being has become higher than ever. We believe that equipping our seafarers with the right tools and information can have a significant impact. As a result, back in May 2020, V Group released a Master's Guide to Mental Wellbeing developed by the recently formed Mental Wellbeing Committee. V Group is very proud to have worked in partnership with the international charity Sailors Society, which has a presence in ports across the world during this initiative. Well-being is the holistic experience of positive health, and it includes having good mental health, high life satisfaction, a sense of meaning or purpose, and ability to manage stress. The published Master's Guide to Mental Wellbeing aims to help masters play a positive and determining role in ensuring the well-being of their crew. It includes material on mental health and mental illness, and outlines the main triggers, signs, and symptoms present in seafarers suffering from poor mental health and well-being. The guide also shares practical measures that can be taken to respond and assist crew in this situation. The program comes in several languages, including Filipino, and more information can be obtained at the website www.seafarerswelfare.org. So this is the end of my presentation. Karen, you can change the slide. Thank you all very much for your attention, and we all look forward to your questions, if any.
Thank you so much, Elena. That was indeed a very, very interesting presentation on crewing, especially with performance appraisal system. You have highlighted the various dimensions. You have also highlighted performance appraisal scale. I'll just like to highlight over here that the new LMS where we have the competency management system, within the competency management system, we have BCAV, which is behavioral based competencies. The scale have been taken on the similar lines as 6-point scale has been taken as same as what we have in performance appraisal, right from outstanding to unacceptable. So I'm sure many of the people who have been on board, they must have seen that, or once they go back. So thank you, Elena. Thank you once again. I'm sure there would be some questions pertaining to crew changes or anything to do with crewing. But before we do that, I'm pleased to welcome Stuart Payne, Technical Manager, Anglo International Shipping Operation. He would be taking us through the project updates and especially on ballast water treatment system and scrubber. So Stuart.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me along today to the seminar. Obviously, it's a shame that we can't do it face to face again. Some of you guys I know very well. Some of you I don't know. You're new faces to me. So welcome to V-Ships and welcome to Anglo. I've got a second slot as well after this one. So I'll talk more to everybody on V-Ships and the Southfield team around Anglo and the future of Anglo, where we're going and what we're doing with the vessels. But my first slot now, my allocated time, is for scrubbers and ballast water treatment systems. So I'll split it up to two small sessions here for the scrubbers and the ballast water system, basically from installation and issues we've had with the running of the fleet. So I'll start off on scrubbers. Firstly, as many of you will know, we fitted the scrubbers during the project time in Hatsan shipyard in Turkey. That was 2019 to 2020. It was a long overdrawn project because we had that small thing that started in the world called COVID that I'm sure we're all now more than aware of. And unfortunately, I know we've lost some of the Southfield team to COVID as well. So, you know, part of our family have gone as well. It affected everything. Obviously, it's affected not only our personal lives, our business lives, businesses in general, and day-to-day things that we took advantage of have now become almost a distant memory. And this very, very much reversed our projects in Hatsan. So we fitted the 7 vessels with the scrubbers. The only one we didn't fit was the Anglo Cynosure. Now, the Cynosure, we have a scrubber for that vessel, and that vessel will be dry docking early next year. Captain Joe Villacala, who I know is on this call now, he will be the joining master on that vessel. He'll take us into dry dock on that ship. We will not be fitting the scrubber on that vessel. So I contain your excitement and smiles, I can see. That vessel will not have a scrubber fitted. Anglo are not putting the project to one side completely. We're monitoring the daily rates on the fuel differences. We're looking at different operational guidance of the world, where we can and where we cannot use scrubbers. I mean, it's getting more tight for us, and because we're open loop scrubbers, it's really starting to cause issues for us in certain ports where we've got to turn the scrubbers off. And of course, we've got the lack of availability of sometimes the high sulfur fuel. So I know some of you, when you've been on the vessels, you're seeing low sulfur fuel being bunkered instead of high sulfur fuel. So the future of the scrubbers, as we see it, looking particularly good, to be honest. It hasn't worked quite how we wanted. Before COVID, obviously, there was huge differences in the fuel spread. The company thought they would benefit a lot more from it. And to be quite honest, it hasn't happened. And of course, we've used a lot of money and resources into fitting the scrubbers in the first place. But the guys did a good job. Everybody on the ships, we had a lot of assistance from the crew there, from the electricians to the engineers, and even the operational side. And I think in general, we've done very well. So my thanks to everybody on that, including managers. I know we've had our issues with the scrubbers, and we continue to do so. But in general, for us, I think the scrubbers have gone well, considering it was one of our biggest issues on operation of the scrubbers. I mean, it's new to me, it's new to most of us, and we were really concerned on what sort of problems we would get in operation. A lot of these problems we thought we would get, we didn't receive, but then we had, of course, other issues with the onward operation of the scrubbers. From what I see during today, is mostly the overboard pipes where we tend to get these issues on the scrubbers. As you know, the level of acidity and the pH levels in the overboard water, where the sulfur removal and the conversion to acid in the wash water does take a very severe toll on the overboard pipes. And I know this has become very, very difficult and hard to manage, not only for the crew members, but also the technical team in the V-Ships office as well. So again, we've had some off-fires from it that we cannot help, but my thanks again to everybody on keeping on top of these issues as much as we can. A lot of these issues is mainly down to the fact that when we fitted these pipes, we used what we called PE lining, plastic lined pipes. So the plastic lining, if you like, is supposed to separate the carbon steel pipe from the wash water. Unfortunately, as you know, when you're fitting such big pipes in an engine room, these pipes often get damaged. And when the flanges clamp together on the pipes, we've seen in differences in gaskets, and we've seen cracking of the PE lining. And what tends to happen is the plastic lining of the pipe comes out completely. It'll come out of the pipe. And then, of course, the wash water and carbon steel pipe are basically in direct contact with each other. And then we get the erosion, and erosion will start very, very quickly, unfortunately. So we've seen a lot of failures from the original errors in fitment and damage, where we've had a lot of pipes we've already replaced. We're not seeing so much now. I've got to be fair, the UTM gauging is what we take on board the vessels. The engineers and the engine use the UTM tool, very similar to what we do when we go to dry dock and we have a steel inspector and they gauge the steel. We use a similar device for this, for the overboard pipes. And all I can say is, guys, that really is the key to these pipes, is doing close-up survey work with the UTM tool in the engine room on these steel pipes. And then as soon as you see that you're getting a wastage on the pipe from your, say you took readings 1 month ago and you take another set now in September or October, if you see a 14 mil pipe, for example, and you measure it 1 month later and you've got 12 or 11 mil pipe, we can guarantee then that the PE lining has been damaged and we're starting to lose the wall thickness on the pipe. If the pipe continues to degrade, it will fail. So just to reiterate that again, guys, please keep up the follow, the really close-up follow surveys with the UTM gauging, and that will help you on that. It'll help you identify for your own sake on board as well. For a pipe wasting, then you can do a temporary repair on it, or if you might want to stop the vessel, pull that section out, do some temporary repairs into the pipe, even a bit of welding, grinding, and then coating with suitable paint application or the Cordabond. That'll help you with that section of pipe to continue in service until we can get, the superintendent can get you the new materials on board your new section of pipe, whether you fit it or whether it's shoreside. The unfortunate thing, if we don't use the UTM tool and we miss things and we get a hole in a pipe, of course, I can guarantee it will happen when you're in a laden condition. And of course, with a deep draft and a hole in a pipe, if it's really low to the bottom plate in the engine room, you will get water ingress. And we know on some of the vessels this has caused some concern. So as I keep saying, that the best way for this, guys, is keep the UTM gaugings up. Any questions, fire them to your technical superintendents. I work very close with the supers in and around the scrubbers, as a lot of you guys will see. If you send an email across with regards to a scrubber fault, I often get involved and I'll often to and fro with you on some of the guidelines and advice, mostly because I was the person at Hatsand Shipyard, as you guys know, fitting the scrubbers. So my own wealth of experience and knowledge on that from fitting and installing has given me that additional bit of brain power for scrubbers. So that's around the pipe areas. The overboard pipes are the most important one. When I say the overboard, between the isolation valves on the scrubber water outlet to the ship's side, hull, you've got the small stubby pieces, the small spools. Those valves, those pipes there, of course, even if you close the valve, you're still going to get water ingress. So they are the most important pipes to keep a really good close-up survey on, to ensure you had a 20 mil wall pipe on there. If again you see you're starting to thin on the pipe, please advise your superintendent as soon as possible, so we can look to do some temporary repairs or replace the spools. They'll be the ones that cause you the much problem. And as you know, to access those pipes, you have to be in a ballast condition, and you also have to play with the trim on the vessel to get the overboards out of the water, and it can become quite problematic, especially if you're in bad weather or you're in an anchorage and you're not, you know, that the authorities are not happy with it. So they're the main ones, okay, is the pipes. As for the rest of the scrubbers, really, you guys again have got a good control and grip on these, from the seafarers, you guys, to the technical managers. We're seeing a lot more control where we've had problems with sensors, and you're able to make adjustments or bypass sensors. And of course, the main items and ingredients for the scrubbers are the water monitoring systems in the engine rooms, the inlets and the outlets. And again, if you have a failure of inlet and outlet, as long as the SEMS unit, that's the sample analysis of the funnel, is working, we can apply for a dispensation with flag to operate the vessel just by monitoring the gas on the SEMS control. The same about if you lose the SEMS, we can also record the water monitoring units and send that to flag, and we can get a dispensation to run without the SEMS. So, and you guys have got into the good reporting lines on that with the supers, and of course your exhaust gas record book as well is the important one, that you write it down and monitor it, so when you go into port, if you have a port state inspection, they can plug in and they can look at when the scrubber was off, when it was on, and of course if you've recorded that in your book, you're fine, there's no issues there. The SEMS themselves, the gas sample analysis of the funnel, they've given us some problems. We've seen some additional problems on those, new to us. One was a sensor, I think it was a moisture sensor. I think we've replaced all of them in the fleet. We've seen some more internal parts in these, the one that's called a chopper motor. We've just had to send one to the Anglo Red, quite an expensive piece of kit, $17,000. None of us know what it does. It's something internal into the SEMS unit itself. It looks like something out of a Star Wars film to me, but we're starting to see failure on some of these items inside. So guys, keep your eyes out on these type of things, because we're seeing some more non-routine failures now of the equipment. You know, we're into the second year of operation now with a lot of these vessels with the scrubbers, so it's all new what we're seeing, some of these problems. Again, we're starting to get a good technical backup now with the V-Ships guys in Cyprus. So you've got the people to reach out to there. Again, on the scrubbers, copy me in, and we're there to assist you and work with you on, you know, guidance, closure of defects, and general awareness of the scrubber systems. Okay, so for the time being, we're going to keep the scrubbers operating. We will continue to do so until the point of we feel it's no longer viable for us, whether it be for fuel issues of high sulfur fuel, or whether we think there's too much legislation on the scrubbers, and then the day will come when we deactivate the scrubbers, but I don't know when that will be yet. So okay, so that's the scrubbers. I'll take 5 minutes on the ballast water treatment systems for you guys. Same thing again for the ballast water treatment systems. We installed some of these on the vessels during the time in Turkey at Hatsan. Some of the vessels were due special survey, which was fitment of scrubber, dry dock special survey, and ballast water treatment system fitment. So some of you guys know you were on those vessels. Quite a difficult period for us, really, I would say, because not only were you guys sailing with a new scrubber fitted, but some of you were sailing with ballast water treatment systems fitted as well. So these UV systems, these alpha valves, are quite finicky. They have their pros and cons, as you guys know. Now, the main issue I see, what I'm seeing across the fleet with the alpha valve system, is the integration and operation with the vessel's ballast system. So before, you were used to using just the ballast pumps. Now we've got, obviously, the alpha valve system, the ballast system, which in effect controls your ballast pumps. When you're in ballast mode, everything is going through the alpha valve system, so that controls the ballast pump. This is where the problem starts. Now, I'll give you a scenario, a quick scenario. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. You're discharging ballast, for example, or you're taking, discharge is a better example, actually. You're discharging ballast. Chief mate's walking around with a cup of coffee in the control room. Chief engineer's in bed, and all of a sudden your ballast pump stops. So the ballast pump has stopped. So there's panic, first of all. Why is the ballast pump stopped? Start the pump again. It might run another minute or two, and it stops again. So at that point in time, there's a little bit of panic. No one really knows what's going on. Engineers are called out to bed. They come to the ballast control room and they look and what's the problem? Chief mate relays, ballast pump has stopped. 99.9% of your stoppages on the ballast pump will be from the alpha valve control unit itself. You could keep the ballast pumps running before for a certain period of time, even if the ballast pump was suffering low flow or low suction. The pump was still run in certain cases. Now, because it's harnessed into the alpha valve system, the alpha valve system will shut the ballast pump down. It has to see a minimum flow of water through the UV reactors. Now, the minimum flow of water is for the cooling of the reactors and, of course, the efficiency of neutralizing the parasites within the water. But what the system will do, it will shut itself down. So if it sees a low flow of water from a ballast pump, it'll stop. That can be the fact if you're getting low on your suctions on some of your tanks. You might be ready to strip, but you haven't quite shut the valve on the tank. And what's happened to the pump, you've drawn some air through the pump. The air through the pump, then it's lost its flow. Alpha Laval has shut it down. If you go to the Alpha Laval alarm panel, you can press, I think it's A18, I think is the alarm. You'll see it, low flow shutdown. It'll tell you straight away. Always go to the Alpha Laval alarm panel. That's your first port of call. Go to that and look on the panel, and you will see generally that you've had a shutdown for a low flow. If you're struggling to get suction to the pump again and your priming isn't working, it's quite simple. Close your ballast valves, open your overboard and open your inlet from sea chest and run the pump again through the ballast system, through the sea chest, through the ballast system to overboard. And then the pump will start again. You'll have a nice head of pressure in there. Run the pump for a minute. You can see it's running fine. Stop the pump, close the valves. At least then the pump is fully primed again. Okay? Now, that will be, and that is the biggest problem and issue, what we've seen across the fleet. The ballast pumps are stopping. Sometimes the crew are panicking. They're not sure what it is. Generally, it's just the ballast pump has lost suction and the Alpha Laval system has closed down. Okay? It's nothing more than that normally. Of course, this situation can be if you are struggling and you're getting pressure from the charterers and you want to deballast. Of course, you don't want to hold the vessel up and you might be getting pushed from the local agent as well and the stevedores. You can always activate the ballast, the system engine go into bypass mode. It'll log it, of course, and you should log that yourself that you're in bypass mode. You can put on vessel defective system. When you bypass the ballast system, then you're controlling the ballast pump back on your control from the vessel. So it's either from what we call the VFD panel in the engine room. There's one VFD for each ballast pump, so you've got two. You've got potentiometers in those panels, the rotary switches, so you can control the RPM then directly from the VFDs. Some have got them up by the breaker in the main switchboard, the remote potentiometer, or you can do it on the VFD panel itself, where you can press ramp up or ramp down. But please don't play with the VFD itself. Don't start changing parameters or anything. You know, it is fairly basic, guys. And all I can say is, if you do have that issue again, where you've lost the ballast pump and you're not quite sure, and you want any assistance on this or any backup, call your superintendent. The superintendent will engage me as well, and we'll take a three-way call on it, and we can walk you guys through this. Myself and Harrison, Soren and Paul are looking to also assist the V-Ship's training on this and put some of these items together for you guys. So when you're doing something, your pre-joining training in the Southfield office, you can see the individual things we've seen on the Anglo vessels, because, for example, ballast water treatment systems in general, you know, there's different types, and these size vessels that we operate, they tend to be the chemical systems. The reason why we have UV is I needed to keep the aft peak empty in case I wanted to use it for scrubber closed loop operation. So we've got the UV type ballast systems. Of course, they bring different issues and problems compared to the other types of systems. So we can help you guys in identifying the problems, and I can assure you guys some of the problems, when you know where to look and you know to look at the Alpha Laval panel to see the alarms, you'll know where you are straight away. And as I say, the guidance from the office on that and from myself to assist, we can hopefully help you straight away to make you feel more comfortable, because there's no good when you look at something and you feel that you don't understand the system enough. When you feel that, you feel fear, and then you don't really want to get involved in the system as much or interact with it. The more you feel trained on this and supported, the more comfortable you will be in the operation of these ballast water systems. Okay, so okay, I'll cut my time now on that. As I say, we've just covered some of the basics, so this is just the start of it. We've got a lot more to do, but thank you for listening. I hope everyone's still awake. Hope we got no one falling asleep there. So thank you.
Indeed, Stuart, it has been a fantastic, detailed, and a very, very informative session, I would say. And I'm sure people must be looking forward to a lot of questions they must have got for you. But I fully endorse what you said. We as training services are working very closely with Stuart for everybody's information to have a dedicated ballast water treatment system training, especially for you guys. And soon, probably you would be made to undergo that training on further instructions from our clients, from Stuart and other people from Anglo. So we have an open session now, 10 minutes of Q&A pertaining to what Stuart just discussed, shared his knowledge. We would be more than happy to hear your views, maybe your experiences back on board, or anything else you'd like to discuss in this forum. So please go ahead, guys. I see there is a pin drop silence. It has been a very, very interesting and informative session, I would call it. So guys, anyone would like to ask anything to Stuart or share your experience?
Yeah, I am sure, sorry to jump in, I'm sure Chief Lawrence, if he's still with us, he would have very interesting things to say about the ballast pipes, the scrubber pipes that Mr. Stewart mentioned, and how important it is to do the proper gauging on those. Is Chief Lawrence, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Thank you, sir, for placing with this one. Good evening, good day all. I'm Engineer Lawrence. I sailed with Anglo Marimar with Captain Inting. So with our experience with the scrubbers on board, we have encountered some pipes which are leaking, especially the last spool before after the overboard valves. So we actually experienced flooding on the engine room, maybe almost on the tank top, and then we have fabricated so many pipes as well as the pipes that have been supplied by us. So it's really important to just emphasize important to measure the pipings, especially monitoring the condition of the pipings, how fast is the erosion on each pipe, especially the testing of the overboard valves if they are not clogged or something like that, because when there's leaking on the pipes and then you cannot close the overboard valves, then you cannot do any repairs at all. It's very serious situation if you cannot close the overboard valves even though you already stopped the pump, especially when you are in laden condition, because water will keep on flowing no matter what you do. Luckily, we're able to patch up things, and then we just able to minimize the flow. Although we had really stopped around Indonesia to get some divers in order just to free up the overboard valve, free from these PE linings. So luckily, the divers were able to free the valves, and then we were able to close it, and then we proceeded on replacing the pipes. So by then we have it's really taking days to repair. I mean, put the system back into running conditions because due to these repairs. But then when you see it, there's a lot of losses on that one, even though it's a serious one. But considering we have lost, I mean 3 or more days just to repair on that one. So it's really important to monitor conditions of these pipes, especially other sensors of the scrubbers, not only the SIMs, not only the sensors of the water monitoring system, but actually the pumps also and the strainers, because everything will be so difficult if one of those things are neglected or somehow not checked at all. So scrubbers are really difficult one, but then by constant monitoring and constant checking on things, then somehow we can manage to get through with it to all the contracts and to all the voyages we will have. So that's it for us.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, you had a real baptism of fire when you joined the Marimar. I remember we had the issue you were loading on Australia, if I remember, where we had the overboard pipe and we had to divert the vessel, the Balikpapan, to do the overboard repairs, if I remember. So yeah, but thank you for the way you handled that. And I know you had a lot of issues with the scrubber pipes in general. The Anglo Marimar seemed to be one of the worst really for the overboard pipes. But as I say, you learned a lot from that first trip, and of course in the dry dock then involved with the replacement of the pipes and other things like the ballast water system. So thanks to you on that.
Okay, sir. Thanks you, sir, for the support, sir.
Thank you, Chief Lawrence, for sharing your experience. Appreciate that. Does anybody on the call would like to do that? Thank you, Harris, for highlighting that. Anybody else, any questions or any experience sharing? This is the right forum. We can do that. We have our client's representative, technical manager Stuart is there with us. So please go ahead, guys. If not, no, I don't see any hands. I don't see any questions on the chat. Yeah, Naresh.
Yes, sir. Sir, Mike, let me introduce you. This is Naresh here. I am the training superintendent from Mumbai Training Center. And my question to Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart, as you mentioned that there had been a lot of incidents of late with respect to the scrubber piping, where the plastic coating on the pipes, within the pipes being very much prone to get eroded. So do we have any guidance or any service letters for that matter from the makers as to how to avoid it?
The problem we had, Naresh, what we identified from, we were getting a lot of failures on some of the vessels within the first 4 to 5 months, and it was before actually V ships in Cyprus were handling the vessels. It was V ships China. So I had a look at some of the issues on this. I'm trying to establish why we were getting the failures. Now we put it down when they fitted the pipes in the first place. They should have used like a neoprene or a nitrile rubber gasket, sort of a minimum of 4 to 5 mil thickness. And when the pipes clamped together, you wouldn't have such a hard force against the pipe flanges. What they were doing, they were using a standard gasket material on the pipes. And what was happening, as they were clamping the pipes together, the plastic lining was cutting, the flange was actually cutting the PE lining. And it was almost like somebody had got a knife and you'd drawn a circle on the end of the PE lining. And what was happening, the whole sort of, the whole PE lining was coming out almost like a tube. So where you had the flange on the end, it was getting cut, and then the water was pushing the whole lining come out. And one of the first vessels was the Anglo, and I found the whole piece of lining in the overboard valve. And then when I started to look on this, I thought this has got to be to do with the flanges. Now, we were lucky in the fact that we were still in the Turkish shipyard and I was still installing the scrubbers. So what I then did, I stopped the yard on fitting the pipes with the hard gasket material, and the latter vessels, the Jessica and the Mary Louise, we fitted those PE line pipes with the soft rubber gasket material. And in all fairness, the Jessica and the Mary Louise, we have seen minimal failure of the PE lining pipes. So that seems to be the key, Naresh. It was the fitting in the first place. But as I say, they are very temperamental. This plastic lining, you know, they're huge pipes. Even when they're putting them in the engine room, they're moving them around. All it takes is the guys to like put something against the pipe, a chunk of something, and of course you'll get a piece of P lining will come out. You've got exposed steel. As soon as that pipe is fitted, the wash water starts to act on that exposed area, and then you either get a hole, or what happens is the water starts to get under the P lining.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Stuart, for clarification on that.
No problems, Naresh. If you want to reach out to me independently on that, please send me an email and I'll show you some examples of that and the gasket material as well, okay? So please feel free to contact me separately if you want, okay?
Definitely, Stuart. And if you could also share that screenshots of the HMI interface of the ballast water, specifically with respect to Alpha Laval, that what you were talking about.
Will do. Yes, I've got lots of stuff.
It would be very helpful for us while training the seafarers and let them know as to what exactly could go wrong and how to go about in troubleshooting that.
Fully agreed. No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks.
Stuart, Naresh is one of the guys looking after the ballast water training, alpha level training for you guys.
Perfect.
Great. So good interaction, guys. Any further questions? Or we can move ahead. Stuart, I would like to thank you for the very, very lovely, very interesting.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Harris. Yeah, please.
Sorry, and Naresh, before you go, can you please reach out to me too, if you are preparing this training? I have some things to discuss also besides Stuart, or we can do a three-way call on this. Okay.
You had some videos as well. We had some videos as well, didn't we, Harris, that we took on the Marimar when we were doing some that could be good for Naresh as well.
Right, it's already been sent over, Stuart.
Perfect.
So that's why I wanted to discuss with him.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Sorry for jumping in.
Not at all, Harris. We look forward. Naresh is going to look forward to touch base with you for some more information, so that the training, what we are trying to make for ballast water treatment, especially for our clients, is maximum informative. We will do that. Moving on. So Stuart, I was saying thank you very much for your time. We look forward for another session very shortly before we move on with Konstantinos Marketos, our operations director, who's going to speak, who's going to update us on technical operations.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good afternoon to all. How are you? Guys, my name is Konstantinos Marketos. I am operations director for VSIPS Cyprus. It's almost 2 years. I joined the company on January 2020. I'm going to speak a little bit about my background. I'm a mechanical engineer. I have spent more than 25 years in shipping, in cruise RoPax industry, and also in oil and gas. If somebody asks what is my experience and knowledge about bulkers, I can tell you the following. In the previous tenure, I was part of a technical committee in a big group, Greek tycoon, Economou, with an affiliated company operating 50 Panamax vessels. And previous years, in the previous tenure, I was also technical director for the RoPax vessels. And same time, I was participating in a team for providing assistance, technical assistance to a fleet of 8 Panamax vessels. So in a nutshell, yes, I do have a lot of bulkers experience, but I trust mostly my team and very knowledgeable persons like fleet manager Paul Morgan and Deputy Fleet Manager Haris Mourginis. Next slide, please. I'd like to give you an idea what is where it is our office, and I selected this snapshot to show you how many vessels and where we operate. As you know very well, Cyprus is located in the eastern part of Mediterranean, so we are ideally positioned to bring global expertise. We have the benefit to deal with vessels operating in Australasia and Eastern Pacific, same time in West Atlantic. I can tell you from the snapshot that I can see some of your vessels like Anglo Jessica at Corpus Christi anchorage. I can see Anglo Red cruising South Atlantic bound for Singapore. I can see Anglo Barinthus off the coast of Thailand. Also Anglo Saxon at the anchorage of Tianjin, if I remember well, Anglo Marimar at Port Hedland, and Anglo Alexandria in the anchorage to be berthed in Ust-Luga. So this is the point. This is our let's say advantage, that we are positioned in the middle of the worldwide time zone, and we can cover up to 13 zones at the same time. So it is impossible anyone to be in a position to be, let's say, not awake and take care of the vessels. It is the position that gives us this great advantage. Next slide, please. A little bit about the fleet cell. You've met in the morning Managing Director Captain Alistair Evitt. Then it's me and Fleet Manager Paul Morgan reports to me. We have, of course, Vetting Manager Captain Nadim, DPA ATCQ Manager Captain Oleg. We have Marinos Sikidis, who is our project manager and technical coordinator, and also dealing with insurance. And from the fleet cell point of view, it has been decided to create a sub-fleet that managed by Deputy Fleet Manager Haris Mourginis. In his team, you've met already Captain Olaf, who is a Marine Superintendent, and Haris, of course, and Sorin. Sorin is not with us in this seminar, but I hope quickly you will have the opportunity to meet him. Also, we have one Assistant Fleet Superintendent, Kyriakos, and shortly we're going to have more team members. Next slide, please. A little bit about this very interesting semester and the completion of all the vessels, Anglo vessels, transferred from our office in Shanghai. You do remember the dates for the first vessels were Anglo Cynosure and Anglo Marimar on 1st of October 2020, and then it was the Anglo Barinthus and Anglo Red on 1st of April, and last Anglo Alexandria, Anglo Jessica, Anglo Marie Louise, and Anglo Saxon on 17th of May. So to be, let's say, perfectly honest, we do have experience with all of you the last summer, but it is so tentative, it is so much effort put. So to us, it is like all of you, you forming a great team, and we are all together for more months, and this is the most important thing. Let's go to next slide, please. About technical matters, technical update, I can give you a glimpse what we are doing every month. We have engaged Insights, which is part of our FIG group, and we are monitoring the performance of the vessels, and we're receiving every month report, which looks a bit bizarre, but because it is a lot of graphs, a lot of dots, a lot of let's say signs. But the thing is that we know every month how is the performance of the engines, how is the performance of the hull, and if needs be, we take action after discussing and agreeing with Stuart Payne from the owner's side. Next slide, please. I'll give you an idea about Anglo Alexandria. We're receiving the same thing about all vessels. You can recognize the speed performance, and in right hand side, the consumption performance. So we're also receiving some comments that always being analyzed by fleet superintendents, and then get in touch with you and discuss possible action. Next slide, please. Another interesting point that we spent this summer was an endeavor to crystallize the vessel's performance. It happens to have not good trials reports from the building shipyards, so the management decided and the owners to seek the assistance of expertise in propulsion. That was Casper with propulsion dynamics. We have carried out, let's be briefly, because all of you know about that. We have conducted sea trials for all vessels. We are now in the process to finalize the weekly updates. So perhaps some things we didn't know, now we know about the performance, the curves, ballast condition, landing condition. So what's the importance of this is that everything is clear in our mind. If we are losing speed, to quickly identify the reason, and having all the information we discuss, and we take decision how to go. For instance, some of you guys, you remember that we cleaned the propeller of Barinthus and Red in Singapore, and also the hull. We having these graphs, we can quickly picture the condition of the hull and take decisions. Next slide, please. This is another slide that gives us an idea how is the condition of the hull. A vessel in a Panamax vessel, post-Panamax vessel like ours, like yours, with let's say two and a half years or maybe more, obviously there is a development of resistance, added resistance, not only on the hull but also on the propeller, and this can be calculated. And when it's out of the green zone, that triggers automatically an action: clean the propeller, clean the hull, because we are losing speed and we cannot meet the contractual requirements according to the charters. So this is important tool, but of course it's not going to replace the captain and the chief engineer on board and our fleet superintendent and marine superintendent, but altogether we will take the right decision at the right moment. Next slide, please. Another point I'd like to let's say to touch base is the marine fuels in low sulfur era. I'm not going to go into details. You, of course, you know very well what's happening nowadays with MGOs, VLSFO, and high sulfur FO. And for those of the vessels that let's say approaching US ports, that we may talk about ultra low sulfur fuel oil or MGO. The thing is that the spectrum is huge, and what I need you, let's say, to concentrate is on fuel. You should never consider a low sulfur fuel like we did so many years. We've done so many years with a normal fuel oil. There are some things that we should remember, that these differences may have a huge potential impact in the operation of the main auxiliary engines if they are not dealt correctly. Next slide, please. Mistakes made in our fleets also. I'm not talking about the Anglo International, as far as I remember, but in our office, we're managing a lot of vessels for different types, tankers, LPGs, bulkers. So we do have experience of challenges in the fuel oils treatment and service and filtering units. So these photos, if I remember well, are taken from one of our vessels. So this is something that may happen. To prevent something like that, we're doing all the necessary fuel oil analysis, and fleet superintendents always set instructions. Next slide, please. So this is not from our vessels, but is another idea due to characteristics of the fuel, how what situation you may face. So it's really very challenging, and I can tell you that I can name vessels that we had problems for days, being in the middle of the ocean and cleaning filters or piping or fuel oil purifiers. On even, if I remember well, a year ago, we had a serious issue on board the tanker and Aframax after departing Algeciras. So we had to withdraw pistons and replace piston rings or hone the liners. So you need to be extremely careful, and important is to maintain the correct temperature in the storage tanks, and never commingling fuels, high sulfur with low sulfur fuel. Even low sulfur fuels from different ports may pose a danger. So you need to get in touch with your fleet superintendent, discuss the details, receive instructions, and follow all of these instructions like a cardinal rule. Don't play games. Don't take the liberty to decide how to do that. Otherwise, we may have really unpleasant surprises. Next slide, please. Lesson learned. Okay, so far I don't remember a case with our vessels in Anglo fleet, but doing the necessary test is just an indication, and you should discuss with fleet superintendents to have fuel additives on board and be prepared for the worst case scenario. It happened to request a very detailed analysis of fuels like this. If you see in the top of the slide, wax appearance and wax disappearance temperature, WDT, we carried out in very difficult situations to realize if this fuel, the fuel that we had on board, very low sulfur fuel, has the let's say the tendency to formate wax, which really blockade all the filtering units and the separating units. So there are tools, there are analysis, but you need firstly to remember that the first fuel analysis is the important thing to step forward. Next slide, please. As the final part, if I remember, of my presentation is to touch a little bit about incidents. I'm pretty sure that Captain Oleg and Captain Olaf gave you the lowdown what happened in this semester. Of course, this CIPSU2 is a very nice tool and very nice software. We can analyze what happened. We can have all of these fancy graphs, and we see what's the tendency, what we should do, what we should take into consideration to rationalize the causes, the root causes, and of course to see that the incidents are not, let's say, majors, and we're doing this analysis and we see that the trends. Next slide, please. I don't want to go into details about the Anglo cynosure anchor windlass failure. If I remember well, it was beginning of the year in the anchorage of Gordon Island, and then the vessel was there at anchorage waiting to berth to Sluga. The point is not to repeat ourselves. It's not prolific. The point is that what I remember very well is that the captain, due to being overwhelmed of the criticality of the situation, didn't give a call to the office, didn't raise the flag. If I remember well, few hours, maybe a day. The point is that somebody has to get in touch with a fleet superintendent, marine superintendent, and then all together as a team to deal with the problem, take the right decision. Welding, as you see in the lower photo, the shaft is not recommendable, and at the end resulted in a major breakdown that cost a lot of money to the owners, and the vessel rendered the vessel out of service for days. The important thing is that to remember is that things happen. If any one of you ask me in your career so far, you never had an issue with an anchor windlass. Plenty of times we've lost anchors, we've lost chains, we had major issues, we had to cut chains. But the thing is, always we discuss with the office, with our marine superintendents, with the fleet superintendents, with the fleet managers, technical managers, and we took a decision, because the importance here is the experience, the knowledge, to all together, all of this information to go to take the right decision. Otherwise, we run risk to have the vessel in a dry dock or in a alongside for a very long time. Next slide, please. And the second incident is Anglo Jessica at the anchorage of Corpus Christi. The thing there is that we lost power, and the engine stopped by automation, shut down due to elevated high temperatures in the cooling system. My point here is the following: Gulf of Mexico. I know very well this Houston area and Galveston and sea animals, let's say things that can blockade filters. I didn't know that in Corpus Christi they are similar. And the thing is that when the vessel goes to tropical waters with a lot of marine growth, it's highly recommendable. There is a form, there is a lot of communication, the chief engineer to clean the filters, both filters, high filter, high suction, low suction. And anything that you are in doubt, you go to the fleet superintendent and pick up his brain anytime. As I told you, we can manage, let's say, the time schedule. The important thing is when the master says that we are giving readiness, the system, the cleaning, the filtering system, the sea sections must be clean, both of them. You need to be 100% sure, because if something happens, then this light, gentle, as I said, gentle touch in the canal of Corpus Christi may not be the case. Next slide, please. Thank you for listening. Any questions we will address later. It was an honor to me to meet you and see some of you. If you have any questions, we can discuss later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, for the detailed technical fleet operation update with few incidents. Thank you so very much. We're going to go back to Stuart, technical manager from Anglo. And this time, Stuart is going to share his knowledge with respect to defect awareness and vessel equipment failure.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back again. Thanks. My second slot. So I thought I would just start off a little bit with Anglo, where we are at the moment. I mean, I know some of the others from Anglo are not talking on the call today on the seminar, so I'll just add in a few items to cover for what they would normally do. As you know, we have 8 vessels in the fleet at the moment. The last vessel that came in was the Anglo Shore. We are looking at another 2 vessels at the moment. I'm not sure when we would look to try and take the purchase of these vessels, but then they're 98,000 deadweight vessels, so 95, sorry, so a little bit smaller than the Manamar and the Shore. I don't have any other details on that. I'm afraid I can share at the moment. It's kind of kept top secret until we know that we're looking at the actual purchase, and then basically we'll get the call to make the inspection and then look at crew the vessels and move forward. The crewing of the vessels will remain with Southfield on the Filipino crew. That's what we're looking to do. So I'm sure as soon as we have some information on that, everyone on this call will be first to hear. Okay. Now, Anglo itself started off as a business from basically investors. So 2 of the big owners of Anglo have their own investment companies, and they're involved in other shipping companies as well as different loan companies and things. They're not marine people, but they're big money players. Now, it was looking at, first of all, they wanted to maybe build the company up over sort of a 4 or 5 year period. But things have now changed. They're looking at Anglo now as more of a long-term company, where they want to build the fleet up to a sizable fleet, 35, 40, 45 vessels, and basically float the company on the stock exchange for the future. So we've got a long way to go until we get to the 35, 40, 45 vessel stage. And of course, there's going to be a number of years in operating until we get to that sort of size. Now, they'll stick with the market, they'll stick with the dry bulk market, probably the same sort of ships as we're seeing at the moment as well. We won't look to go any smaller. We won't look for geared vessels or maybe capes. We'll stick with what we've got. The niche for the baby cape vessels, the Marie Louise, the Jessica and the Alexandra and the Saxon, these seem to be the most favoured and preferred vessels for Anglo. So if they can, they'd like to continue buying that sort of size. However, they're quite rare on the market. They're quite difficult to get hold of, and Oldendorf, being one of the big players with most of the baby cape trade in the world, tend to get their vessels on their hands on these vessels before we hear about them. So again, we might be slightly over on that size or slightly under on that size. So we're going to stick with the same type of vessel. For any future vessel coming in, there'll be no scrubbers. We will not look at any scrubber fitment at all. It will only be the ballast water treatment stuff that we will fit. And of course, we're looking at the latest EEXI measures as well that we will start to implement across the fleet as well. So that's a little bit about Anglo. I'll move on now just to the fleet in general across the 8 vessels, and then I'll go on to defects and equipment. So out of the 8 vessels we operate, I know some of you guys have been on maybe more than one ship, maybe the same ship again, or maybe just one vessel, or some not at all. So we can say in the fleet that the better of the vessels would be the Shore and the Manamar. We know they've come from the previous technical management. We can see has been very good, and they've had a lot of spare parts and services spent on those vessels, so they seem to be the better vessels within the fleet, I would say, condition wise. The rest of the fleet, we've obviously seen improvements. We've seen the Saxon when it was very poor condition when we first took the Saxon over, and we've spent a lot of time and effort on that vessel in getting the vessel back up to a good standard. And Captain Joel Villacarlos, who's on this call now, was one of the team responsible for the upkeep on that vessel and the improvements. Captain Joel had it in dry dock, and then he'd had it before actually his sea contract. And again, with the crew, we've done a lot of work on that vessel to bring it up to a standard. And I can say we've got it up to a good standard. So we need to keep it at that point in time. The rest of the fleet, Alexandria, Jessica, Marie-Louise, they're not so bad. The Alexandria had gone through a bad patch where we needed to put more effort back into that vessel, and the crew at the moment on board that ship are doing a lot of work in and around the engine room and cosmetic work to get her back up to a standard. Jessica, Marie-Louise seem to be okay. They're sort of average to good condition. The worst we have at the moment, I would say, our hot potatoes, I would say, it was what we say in UK, or focus points are around the Anglo Brinthus and the Anglo Red. These are the ones that are causing us the issues at the moment. Now, the Anglo Red has gone to full Philippine complement with the crew, and the Brinthus will as well. We don't have a date on that or a time frame yet, but that will happen. So we'll be full Philippine on the crew. It's not fair to judge comment on the Chinese crew previously on those vessels, but as we all know, everybody from the seafarers on the call and the technical managers, it's often difficult when you've only got two vessels with a nationality, and every time you're having a crew change, you're having a new captain, a new chief, a new second, a new chief mate. That doesn't work for the vessel. It's extremely difficult for the ship in general, the person on board, and of course the office. And it was difficult for me back in the previous Shanghai office days when we had Chinese-speaking superintendents and Chinese-speaking crew. It's very difficult for me to interact as well and get involved. So they're the two vessels, as I see it, problematic at the moment. And we can see by some of the condition on the vessels, we've got to put a lot of improvements into these vessels. So whoever's going onto those vessels, quite the task. We've got a lot of work to do. Not only the guys in the engine room on the equipment, but the deck equipment as well, which I'll come on to in a minute with defects. So the Red and Brinthus are our hot potatoes at the moment. They're our focus items. Harris and the team have resourced a lot of spare parts and a lot of outside services for those vessels. So we're throwing parts at them, we're throwing services. We need to get the standard back up on those ships, not only for the cosmetic appearance, but obviously the spin-off on that is port state interaction and intervention. You know, it's like you see a vessel come into port, it doesn't look very, very tidy. It's a magnet to the authorities because they look at it and think it's been neglected. So that's an important factor. And of course, the off-hire as well. You know, we don't want to see off-hire from failures. And we don't want seafarers going on board feeling when they look at the state of the vessel that we're not supporting them or we're not doing anything to get the vessels up to a certain standard. So again, we've got the Brinthus dry dock next year. We've got Anglo Sinosure, which will probably dry dock in March, in and around that time. And then we've got the Brinthus then that we will look at sort of November, December time. The Brinthus is the first, followed by the Anglo Red. Okay, so that's just the vessels in a nutshell. Red and Brinthus are our focus points at the moment. Okay, now moving on to defects. This kind of, I'll use the Anglo Red as an example at the moment of defects. When you guys go about your normal day-to-day duties, it's not just planned maintenance that we look at. You know, you've got your items in shipshore that come up, for example, generator engine at certain hour intervals, you're cleaning air coolers, you're changing injector nozzles, etc., etc. That's your set plan maintenance. Now, when it comes to deck equipment, for example, and or general deck area, a lot of the equipment in the manuals doesn't really contain enough detail. Different manufacturers basically put down different things. So if we look at the Alexandria, Jessica and Marie-Louise, we look at the windlasses, the hydraulic drive motors. We've had failures on all of those vessels of drive motors. But if we look at the generic manual that's in shipshore that we work off for your planned maintenance, you won't actually see it defined. It won't say every 5 years, for example, or every 40,000 hours to remove the drive motor and change it out. It won't say that. It'll just give you normal maintenance. So what we have to do sometimes is take a step back and think on these things. When we're operating that equipment, do we think that the windlass isn't operating as efficient as it used to? Do we feel it's got a noise? Do we feel it's got a vibration? just to be mindful of this equipment, and then you can report back to the office in Shipshaw or to your superintendent and say, look, we feel that we've got issues with this equipment, vibrations, noise, etc., report it to the office, and then we can always look at changing those pumps out. We have got some spare pumps in the fleet on the bottom windlasses here now, where we'll change them out, because, as I say, it's not written down in the plan maintenance, but nothing can go forever. And what we don't want to do is be in a situation of we're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and we have a failure. Because when we have a failure, you could be in a situation when you've dropped anchor, we're off hire, it could be dangerous. So we're looking for your guys' assistance on that, for a real good focus and close up on a lot of the deck equipment, what you think needs to be changed, needs to be upgraded, needs to be chipped and painted. And that goes not only from the windlasses, but that goes to the hydraulic pipe work as well. Hydraulic pipe work for hatch covers, hydraulic pipe work for windlasses, again, forward, aft, all these type of things, control stations, all this type of stuff. Please be as mindful as you can that when you're on deck and you're walking around, to observe these items you see. If you see hydraulic pipes, so you've got not holes, but large deposits of rust, if that carries on, it's going to continue to result in a failure of a pipe. So what we'd like to promote here and prompt you guys is to please report as much as you can. There's never any issue from our side. If you report things and you come back and you join the ship and you say there's 40 defects on deck and you input them into Shipshaw, it's not a problem from our side. It's not a problem from V-Ship Cyprus. It's not a problem from the owner's side. I like that type of interaction, and I really like that type of reporting, because I feel then we've got a real good sort of scope on the vessel itself. And even though we're working remotely from the office, we can feel what you're seeing, we can understand that, and we can try and capture it, not only for budget control and good budget planning, but we can capture it before it turns into a breakdown or an off-hire, or maybe even a point of danger in operation for the vessel and safety. These important things here. So please, when you're on the vessel with the defects, report as much as you can. There are no issues with this. And again, there's different ways you can report that to the office. If you're not comfortable about it and you feel you don't want to put it into Shipshaw, pick up the phone to the superintendent. Harris and Sorin are very approachable people. You can discuss it. You can discuss it in confidence with them. It'll never be pushed back to you guys. I can assure you it never will. We are not like that. And for the people on this call that I've sailed with and worked with, you guys know that with me as well. I'll always interact, and I will challenge owners every time. I'm responsible for the budget constraint, but I will also go back to owners and I will challenge where needed, and I will say, this isn't clearly needed for the vessel. We will supply. I will never stop that, because to supply, not to supply or cut things back, for example, it's only going to make you guys feel that you're not supported, and you will think, well, if the owner's not willing to spend the money and give us the spare parts, what do we care? And that's what we don't want. We want to make sure you feel comfortable on board that vessel, you feel you're getting good quality parts supplied, and what you identify as requiring needed work or remedy work or spares, you're getting response from the office on that. Okay, it is better now with V-Ship Cyprus, sorry, because we're seeing and we're controlling the spare parts a lot as well. I know some of the issues previously with V-Ship Shanghai were some of the main engine parts and generator parts and equipment parts in general that were coming through from a lot of Chinese origin, where it was very difficult to control the quality. And I know we had issues with quality on that, and I made it clear 2 years ago on that during the Hatsan Turkey. Anything to do with main engines and stuff, we use genuine parts, whether it be rings or pistons or bearings, all those sorts of injector nozzles, we go genuine. And I'll say again, guys, if something does slip through and a spare part, and you see it, and you think, where the hell has this come from? I see no markings on these nozzles. I see no markings on these rings. Please speak to your superintendent on this, okay? So never be afraid to ask on this as well, okay? So that's really a small watered down discussion around the defects. I'll just move on now lastly to equipment, which again, defects equipment, and I'm coming into the same thing as well. I'm just going to use an example of, I'll go for generator engine, okay? There's lots of things to talk about, but I'll just pick one about generator engines. So Within shipshore plant maintenance, we have obviously running hours, which will tell us when we need to change injector nozzles, for example, open up turbos, set valve lash, etc., etc., etc. Now, on board, what we're trying to change in the response and how we look at the overhaul, for example, of generator engines. So let's look at cylinder heads. We have the requirement for a cylinder head overhaul. So, okay, we take the cylinder head off the engine, we pull a piston out, we look at the piston, the liner, we take calibrations, set the piston rings, we check the ring grooves and put the piston back. With maybe a new crank pin bearing, maybe not. When it comes to things like the cylinder head, what we want to do and what we're going to change, we know if we were shoreside in a dry dock, we would land the cylinder heads ashore. The first thing I would ask as a superintendent is pressure test the cylinder head. We pressure test the cylinder head and we find a leaking exhaust seat. We can either replace the exhaust seat, we'll machine the exhaust seat out, and generally we'll find erosion in the pocket. So, okay, in a dry dock, there's something we can do about this. On the ship, we're restricted because we don't have the tools and the equipment really on board the ship to pressure. Some we do, some we don't. To pressure test that cylinder head and then fully overhaul that head like we would do shoreside. So we take the head off, we do some maintenance on it, we take the spindles out, we measure the spindles, we clean it, we lap the valves back in, we put the head back on. 3, 4, 5 weeks later, the cylinder head leaks. We've got a leak in exhaust seat. This happened on the Anglo Alexandria. So to make it easier for you guys on board, we're looking at now of getting the vessels organized with reconditioned cylinder heads. So when you're doing a generator overhaul, you take the cylinder heads off and you fit a reconditioned set of cylinder heads. And then the original heads will be landed ashore for complete overhaul, pressure testing, machining, etc., etc., etc. This will make things a lot easier for you guys. There's more and more equipment on these vessels now as well. So you don't have as much time as you had previously because now you've got scrubbers and now you've got ballast water treatment systems as well. So this will help you for such overhauls on board generator engines. Again, genuine or OEM approved spares will be used on these engines. So please be careful on board the vessel. If you're using something out of the store or you're ordering something, for example, you think I only need to order 4 sets of piston rings because I've got two sets in the store. Be mindful of what those parts are. They might not have been supplied by these ships. They could have been previous technical managers. They may be genuine, they may be not. So if there's any concerns on that or you're not happy with it, please again push back to your superintendent and we will not use the spare parts. I did this on, I think it was the Anglo Alexandria. I went into the dry dock and I found all the cylinder rings for the main engine and I gathered them all together and I walked up on the deck and threw them in the skip. And the chief engineer looked at me horrified. They said, Chief, we don't know where they're from. There's no markings on them. There's different materials on them. I'm not using it. So, and then this is what we want to promote as well, okay? Because if we do put these items back together and we know we're using the genuine or good aftermarket parts, you've got peace of mind that when you put that engine back together, it's going to run and it's going to be efficient, okay? And that runs off for many of the parts as well, okay? That goes for the main engines, that goes for things like purifiers and other things. Yes, there are some items of equipment. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have genuine spare parts for things, you know. I mean, some of the costs of some of these things from manufacturers is prohibitive for something simple. But when it comes to things like main engines, boilers, generator engines, we want to use good spares and we're going to put a good plan of action in for how we're going to tackle the running hours on these and the overhauls to assist you guys moving forward. Okay, so okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you again. And thank you for inviting me onto the seminar today. It's been enjoyable. I hope some of the things we've discussed we can all relate to, and we're in agreement.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Once again, this was very, very informative. I think Sartaj also emphasized on communication, and Alistair started off. You've said the same thing. It's important to communicate. It's important to inform office in case of any issues. That's indeed a key to everything. So communication plays a very important part apart from all the technical things what you have just shared. So very interesting. We have an open 10 minutes Q&A to all my seafarer colleagues. Please take this opportunity we have Mr. Stuart Payne with us, who is representing, he's a technical manager with Anglo International. So in case you have any queries to whatever has been shared till now, technically, please feel free. We can discuss in this forum. As I said before, in case you have any views, you have any suggestions, I'm sure this is the right forum to speak and discuss that. So any takers to that? I still see pin drop silence.
Can I jump in again, please?
Harris, please.
Okay. We started this discussion. We had some questions before on the communication issues, and I think that Stuart really set the record straight. And this is something coming from the mouth of the owners, and we are all here. So it is clear that there is a will and drive from all sides to do this, to make this work beautifully, and to run the ships very smoothly. So I really appreciated the questions we had before this morning. If the questions about communication and spare parts and everything are not clear, I suggest and I urge everybody, please voice your concerns. We have the owners here, we have the top management of VSIP Cyprus, and we are all here to listen. So that's what I want to say.
Indeed, Harris. Thank you very much, Stuart, once again. It's an opportunity for all our seafarers. Harris is there, technical team is there. Stuart, of course, from the owner side, is there to answer your queries or listen to your experiences or advices. You're open for that. So please go ahead. We have quite a few engineers in this call. I see second engineer, Joe Murray. Very attentive. So guys, any discussions? Yeah, Joe Murray, please go ahead.
Sir, my questions already answered by Sir Stuart regarding the spare that must be genuine, because I experienced they supply very poor quality. So during maintenance, overhauling, during assemble, we found out the spare is not fit. So what we did, we cleaned the old spare and put back.
Yeah.
So that's the problem, sir.
Like, yeah, we had a few, didn't we? We had some water pumps, I think, that were supplied for some of the Daihatsus, and I don't know where they come from, and they looked completely different. They were not even fit to use.
Yeah,
so I think we used the shaft.
Also, sir, also sometimes in the pumps, the impellers, also not.
Exactly, and I think the main one is the boilers, the drum water level sensor, where they've supplied the non-genuine Alfa Laval level sensors, and they don't even work.
Yes,
so it's yeah.
So important, sir, genuine spare, because during requisition we get that spare parts number from the book, but during supply delivery it's different.
Yeah.
So back order, we send back to the shore. That's all, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree on that. Fully agree.
Let me add a couple of things. Thank you. That is a very good comment. Please bear in mind that we're still behind. We need to supply many more spares on the fleet in general. And we are currently a little overwhelmed, but we are working on it. There are cases that you will see spare parts that we did not supply in the past. Be wary to use them. But on the other hand, please keep in mind that sometimes genuine spares are not easily available. It will take a long time. So we will try to find an intermediate solution, of course, after we discuss and we feel secure that this is not going to create more issues. With the spare parts, this is a very good opportunity, and I would like to tell you one more time, I'm writing messages to all vessels. When you request a spare, please let us know the urgency, the reason, and if it's a failure, if it's for spare, we need put that in SIPSURE, put your comments in there. We need to see them in order to make the correct decisions. Now, if you just send us a requisition for an impeller, we need to know how to classify that. Please tell us this is for spare, tell us this is because I had a failure, it's not performing. We need all this information. Do not omit that, or we will have to start canceling POs, guys. Okay, please be clear on that. And chief engineers that are on the call, they have to be aware, chief engineers and masters also, and chief officers, they have to be aware when you send a requisition to the office, it needs to be explained perfectly. Otherwise, we cannot work, and we are losing time from your supply and from your needs. Okay, so help us move faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harris. Fully agree. Right information is needed from our seafarer colleagues to supply the right material back on board with good quality. So that's a very, very informative, and thanks for sharing it. Guys, Chief Lawrence, any comments from your side? I think there have been very, very interesting sessions, either a fleet operation update by our operations director, and indeed, Stuart has been very kind to update everyone on ballast water and scrubber, and now awareness about the defects and definitely equipment failures. So any comments from your side, Chief Lawrence? Chief Lawrence, I think he was on the call.
Yeah, he was, but maybe no reception.
Probably.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Yes. From what I had before from my previous requisitions, some of the requisitions I had was not completely detailed. So as we have talked with Mr. Harris, we have made some changes regarding on the as what he said, the urgency of the spare. So by looking into it regarding the spares, so technically when you need that something to work on, or have failure, you need that badly. So I will just have their way to put it on SIPSURE, and as well as put on maybe messenger to another way of communication, just to emphasize the urgency of the spares, as well as the superintendent will be able to help you a lot as early as they can. So it's really good thing to, when you have the email, when you do email, we have some notes on the SIPSURE, as well as maybe do some chat on the messenger or something that can really help you in receiving the items as early, so that the failure will be rectified as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah, well, we had the time to discuss this with Chief Lawrence on last dry dock, and I hope we will have a chance to discuss it on board other ships too. And I need to show you how exactly this procedure is working with the requisition of spares, so we can all streamline it together and be more efficient, because I have to admit that sometimes we are overwhelmed in the office. And because we are missing information, we are lacking information, and it's very hard for us to go back for every PO asking for more details, because no matter how much the urgency is, guys, we need to keep also a budget and a time, and we need your assistance. This starts from you. I will give you a small example on the Barinthus. We're not pointing fingers or I'm just picking up an example. We have 6-cylinder covers ready, overhauled, beautiful covers ready to be installed in one of the engines that we were overhauling. Well, we put them on board and they all started leaking. So we were sure we had the correct all the spare parts, and all of a sudden the engine is not overhauled. Why? Because nobody left any information, any note in Shipshore, we could not find any information on it. So this will take us back. So your good record keeping, it's very important, and it's very important to help you more efficiently. Shipshore is a great tool, and I've worked in many companies. This is a very good tool that you can use. Please use it properly. Don't be afraid to report. Stuart told us, he really hit the nail on the head before, and he covered all this. I don't want to tire you saying the same things, but really, guys, we need your help to be more efficient. Okay, please give us all the information. Put your defects in the defect manager. Put your PO number in the defect of the defect manager. When you have a defect, it's very hard for us to go and try to find correspondence here, correspondence there. Put everything in Shipshore. You do an overhaul. Put your measurements in Shipshore. Please, it's only in one place, and we can decide easily what was the previous measurements of the liner and why we need new liners, so we don't waste time. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Harris. Indeed, that motivational talk was required and very helpful. Thank you, Chief Lawrence, for expert comments. Seeing the sense of time, I would like to say thanks to Stuart. We are very grateful for you joining the session, for you sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience with us and with our seafarer colleagues.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Time for a short break before we move on. After the break, we have one very interesting session coming up on preparing the vessel for PSC, and it would be delivered by no other than Harris himself. So guys, let's take 10 minutes stretch break. As said, it's important during such virtual sessions to get up, to stretch yourself and keep yourself hydrated. So do that, keep yourself safe, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Take care. Welcome back, everyone. And I must appreciate the choice of music being used during the break. Thanks to the global admin team, Karen, Pauline, and the team. Fantastic work. It definitely keeps everybody on the toes. So great. Time to move as per the agenda. I will not take much time. As I promised, there's another one. I say last for the day, an interesting session. Let me invite Harris, Deputy Fleet Manager, V-Ship Cyprus, and he would be enlightening us on preparing the vessel for PSC. Harris.
Right. Hello. Can you hear me? I had some problems with my mic.
Absolutely loud and clear, and can see you well, Harris.
Very good. Very good. So that's me. That's an older picture of me with a little less weight and a little less facial hair. I am. My name is Harris Morginis. I have been in this business for, well, over 20 years now. I am a mechanical engineer. I have a master's degree, bachelor's and master's degree in mechanical engineering. I've started in this business back in '97 when I served in the Hellenic Navy and the naval shipyards there. And the submarine divisions. Then I moved on to shipping companies when I started with a big car carrier and container company called Neptune Lines. I was there. I started as on the repair yards for 3 years. I sailed for a couple of years, then I was pulled back in the office, again repairs, and from the repairs I was pulled to assistant fleet superintendent, to superintendent, fleet manager, technical manager, and here we are. I've been with V-Ships for since 2019, working in various fleets. I have worked also with other big and very small ship owners. And that's me. If I could have the next slide, please. Okay. So port say control. I was called to talk about port say control. It's something that we are all very aware, and it's something that, in a way, rules our professional lives. Port say control is a program implemented by most of the states in the world in order to control the quality of the shipping of the tonnage around the world. It was very hard before to distinguish what was good and what was bad in the shipping business, and they were very, very substandard ships. This is a job that was done before, quality-wise was done by classes, but it turned out that the classes were very fragmented and private companies, so there was a bigger interstate agreement organization that took over the job of controlling the quality of ships worldwide. That is, there are agreements, MOUs we call them. Most of the states in the world have joined an MOU, which is Memorandum of Understanding, which define how the ships are going to be inspected when they enter the territorial waters of each state. You understand that working on a fleet that does worldwide trading, being prepared for a port say control is paramount, because at the end of the day, in a way, this defines if we all do our work well enough or not. Doing well in a port say control inspection will give results or a deficiency, which in turn will affect the commercial value of the ship and the performance of its crew. So this is very serious stuff, and that's why we have a different section talking about this, just this. So of course, you as the crew are on board the ships, and you are the first to have the interaction with the port safety control officers. However, you have to always keep in mind that we are a team here, and the results of every port safety control inspection are results of a team effort, whether they are good or bad. So like we discussed before, the communication comes into play here. There are many campaigns because of the gravity and the importance of the port safety control inspections. There are campaigns that will gather all the information within the group or even outside the group, and there are statistics and guidance for our crew sent over, for example, monthly. Next slide, please. So we are taking some initiatives to try and guide you and to help you to get through these inspections as soon better as you can. And the first step to do that would be from our side, once we learn what your next port will be, we will have to identify if this is a high-risk area for port safety control. Unfortunately, not all port safety controls are the same, and they have different mentalities, even though they belong to MOUs and they should use the same inspection regimes. In any way, we have to go about that the best we can, and to do that, we use statistics. We identify based on the results of all the port safety controls information that we get. We can identify high-risk areas. We can identify high-risk deficiencies and the ports that are likely to cause us troubles. And we try to communicate all that to you and to better help you prepare. We use also other tools besides the information gathering and analysis from, for example, DMV has a very nice checklist that we like to use. And I'm going to come to our own weapons to do better later on. So you will be receiving a lot of bulletins and information throughout your contracts. And it's very important to discuss this and disperse this knowledge, guys. These are earned with a lot of effort. So when you receive something, I know that you will say, oh, more information. Don't do that. This is valuable information. It will help you, if not in this contract, maybe in the next one. We try to send you all the information we gather here so to prepare you better. And I think this is a good opportunity. So please use it. Next slide, please. So before now you are going, before you arrive at port, you've already been informed by the office that you might be subject for port safety control. And by the way, this is something that is not always, there are ports and times when you call a port that are more, make you a more high risk vessel than other calls. For example, if you are more than 6 months, you haven't called an Australian port, and your vessel, for example, is over 10 years old, and you had 10 deficiencies last time, then you will be inspected. So all this information is passed down. On the other hand, if you were inspected within the last 6 months with a very good clean record, you probably port state control officers will not come on board. This is information that you can get through the agents, but we try to keep a better control here and inform you in due time. So we will send you some checklists and we will try to assist you to prepare, but from your side, you have to check what happened before, what defects you have open, how is your PMS, and what are the pending items you have. When the superintendents come on board the vessel, they produce work lists together with the crew. Are those closed? Are any high risk deficiencies or works noted there? You need to go through all this very carefully. This takes time, but this is time well spent. So please do not waste effort in doing so. So next slide, please. So I said before that we have some weapons, some tools to help you better prepare. One of those tools is our MAR 11. It was lastly updated in February. This is a checklist form, but not only that, we try to include there in a group level whatever we consider very important for you and things that might assist you. This is a very, very important tool, and it's supposed to be a walkthrough. It's not supposed to be a checklist. I know that you are everybody's trying to help, and you are getting information and goodwill letters and messages, everybody trying to help you, and sometimes that is overwhelming. But this is our main walkthrough checklist, and you should keep it in a different, in a higher priority, please. Now you see that in our last updates here, that we've included some MLC and some USA items. This is just an example to show you that this is being updated, and you can trust this. This is supposed to help you do better and prepare faster also. Next slide, please. Thank you. So yeah, this is you are all familiar with this layout here. I just put it here so to show maybe the engineers are not seeing this directly, or the more junior officers. But this is how the MAR 11 is set up. And again, I am going to stress this a million times. This is not a checkbox exercise. It has a lot of valuable information, and a ship is such a complex machine and system that it's impossible to be ready for everything. This is supposed to walk you through of what are the most important things, where you should start from. In this MAR 11, there are spaces you can put your comments. You can alert the office about POs that are missing, about condition that is not as it should. Please use it wisely. This is not to replace the defect manager. If you put a comment here, and it's an important comment, it should first be in one of the work lists or in your defect manager. So please be warned that this is not a checklist. It is a very important tool. Next slide, please. I don't know if I'm seeing some lines there. They're actually pretty. Anyway, let's continue. The lines, I mean, some lines that were written.
You're right, Harris. Yeah. Gone now.
Okay. Okay. So we have other tools also, like the self-assessment, the SAF 36, another very important tool that chief engineers and masters should use every time they go on board the vessel. very important. This is the effect of the fresh eyes on board. This is actually what the superintendents are doing when they come on board. They are a fresh eye. They see things differently than you that have been on board the ship for a few months and your eyes has gotten used to a condition or a defect that might develop in an incident or an accident. So this is a very, very important tool, and you have to use it. Usually we will send messages reminding you that you have to do this, but please be reminded that you have to do this within 15 days after you join a ship. Next slide, please. So during the inspection now, we are getting to the tense part of this presentation, and now the post-stay control officers are on board your ship. The first thing you have to do is alert the office. And the reason for doing that is not because we need to know what you're doing. We need to just to know what you're doing. We need to be alerted too. We have a team and resources here at the office that can help you during the inspection too. Maybe you're missing something. Maybe a drawing is not in place. Maybe a certificate was not communicated properly. You need to alert the office immediately, please. Again, this is a team effort. When you're on board doing this inspection, you're not alone with your crew. We are here, and we will assist you the best we can if you guide us in the right way. Remember that when, okay, whoa, okay, I heard the, so I'm just going to walk through very quickly remember that we have to show a professionalism to the post-stay control officers, and your attitude is as important as the condition of the vessel. They need to see that you are there, you are taking notes of their knowledge, and you are trying to correct everything you can in the moment they say it. So be organized, be calm, and always follow them with a noting pad and take notes. A senior officer, even the master if possible, should follow the post-stay control officer. Next slide, please. After the inspection, usually you have two post-stay control officers, one in the engine, one on deck, or something in the lines of that. So before the defects or the notes are finalized, you have to approach this in a very professional way. And you have to keep the same positive attitude. This is not a competition between the vessel and the port-stay control officers. You have to be frank, not under pressure, and voice your opinion as to what you consider correct, fair, right, or wrong, and don't be afraid to contact your superintendents if you disagree with something. Next slide, please. This is just a small overview of the port-stay control and the inspections we had the past months, and I put that here to show you that we had in the past months some port-stay control inspections. Very few were clean. You can see on the bottom line the average number of deficiencies per inspection. Even though in August we had less deficiencies, we had less inspection, and that gave us a worse score in the deficiencies per inspection, which was 5, which was not good, and we need to improve. I put here some analysis of the deficiencies, which are not actually, we didn't have any detention, thanks God, and we didn't have any detentions since I have been working in this company, but this is something that might happen. And the HR high risk, I mean here, deficiencies can easily develop to detentions if we don't pay enough attention. Next slide, please. So these are the action codes. And I put a comment here, if you see at the bottom, and I explained before that the MAR 11 and the tools that we send you are not just box ticking exercises. And the comment means that the code 17, which is a non-high risk deficiency, can easily develop in a code 30 if you don't pay attention and you just check the box. So we need to be very careful how we prepare. Next slide, please. So after the post-state control happens, immediately the office, you have to send all the documents to the office, all supporting documents, deficiencies. You need to start making a plan how you're going to close everything. You need to make a report informing the marine superintendents mainly, but also the fleet superintendents, what went wrong, what was the cause, and what you are going to do about it. Remember, some of the deficiencies are unfair and some of the deficiencies can be fought. We need to know immediately, so we need to take a course of action. Next slide, please. In case your the vessel is detained, this is very crucial, guys, and it can happen to anybody for many regions. Detention has in a way is a punitive measure, meaning that sometimes if the port state control officer thinks that a deficiency is very severe and it should have been picked up, it will stop the vessel from sailing. This is, of course, the worst thing we can have, and we cannot delay the vessels and we cannot tarnish the vessel's records. So in case of a deficiency, immediately you need to inform the office, and the office will immediately inform the flag and the class to come on board. Remember, I've been part of, or not part, but I've been present in deficiencies and detentions that were not fair. And although the vessel was detained, we were able to fight it off with the flag and the port state control, and we won the appeals. However, that means that if we feel that we are not being treated fairly by the port state control, we have the right to go to their central office and appeal and try to rectify the vessel's records. But to do that, this needs to be fast, and we need your assistance with all the technical information and the details that have been gathered during the inspection. Next slide, please. So some practical aspects that you have to keep in mind is that all machinery breaks down. The fact that you have a broken machinery or that something happens during the port state control inspections is part of the nature of our business. What port state control officers need to see is what we are doing to safeguard from a simple breaking of machinery of becoming something more serious. And that is what you have to prove, gentlemen. That is the important part of our work on board. First thing, to try to maintain the vessel properly so we avoid breakdowns. But when the breakdowns happen, which they will, how do we face them? What do we do? What are our procedures? So this is more important than a simple mechanical breakdown. Always during the port state control, you need to be honest, you need to be open, you need to be frank. And when I say honest and frank, of course, there are things that only the vessel knows. Sometimes they don't even reach the office. But when you are faced and you need to explain something, be frank, be open, and this will be appreciated by everyone. Next slide, please. So that's all I had to say. Well, it's not all I had to say. This is the slides that I have. I would be glad to discuss more with you if you have any more questions or on any matter on port state control in particular.
Thank you, Harris. I think one of the most critical and important topic, which was last but not the least here. So
Yes.
thank you for detailed information. I'm sure this might be helpful to all our seafarers once they go back on board. So guys, we are almost towards our end of our very, very interesting, very, very informative seminar.
It's Oleg. Please allow me one remark. It was already said by Harris, but I want to be more specific. When he said that we should be transparent with port state control, flag, class, etc., it's very important to be transparent on preparation stage. You should understand that if you have some defect, which is potentially ground for detention, the worst what can happen during inspection is detention. So if you have such defects and you are not sure, is it detainable or not detainable, report it to office. Share your responsibility with us. We will consult the class, we will consult the flag, and we will decide, is it need to be reported to port state control or not? Because if defect is reported, it's not anymore a ground for detention. Vessel will not be detained for this particular reason. It's already reported to port state control by master, by office, doesn't matter. But it's not ground for detention. Anyway, we have to rectify it before sailing, etc. But vessel will not be detained. Of course, if we will report 25 such defects, vessel anyway will be detained by the number of defects. But if you have one single item and it's not clear for you, let's say, I don't know, you have issue with, for instance, with anchor gear, and you have 2 anchors, and it's not clear is it's detainable or not. Share responsibility with us, report to office, and we will decide. And second item, regarding port state control, you know that in different MOU, we have slightly different arrangements. Let's say in Tokyo memorandum, you have right for reinspection. When the deficiencies are cleared, vessel still on port, you can invite port state control and they will close this. It's very important for commercial operation of the vessel. Same time, in Paris MOU, there is no such possibility. As soon as inspector left the vessel, its inspection is finished. You cannot report any rectification actions. You can send it to port state control, yes, but this open deficiency will remain open until next inspection. And this affects vessel commercially. Because in all databases, this deficiency is pending. And vessel will be re-inspected after 10 months or 12 months, who knows. So this is very important. That's all from my side.
Yeah, Oleg, very, very important and very relevant point. Thanks for bringing it. Thanks for highlighting and thanks for voicing along with Harris. So yes, as I said, a very critical topic, and this is non-ending. We would definitely like our seafarer colleagues to contribute, ask questions, share your experiences, anything in case you have. Otherwise, also, this is the final open forum. We have a Q&A time. We have some unanswered question which is showing on the screen, but nevertheless, before we go on to that, this 20 minutes is open for all kind of topics what have been covered or not covered today. We started off with a management update from Alistair. We moved on to HSSE by Oleg, and then a very interesting learning from incidents by Olaf. Managing Director Sartaj Gill from Training Services shared taking ownership and accountability. And then the CMP Elena came and gave update on crewing operations. I'm thankful again to Stuart for giving so much time and sharing his knowledge, various ideas, his experience on ballast water treatment system, scrubber, and also on defect awareness and vessel equipment failure. The last but not the least, Harris did cover the vessel for PSC. So any questions pertaining to any of the items or anything else, it's open for discussion now. May it be you, as I said earlier, you want to share your views, or maybe you have any questions towards all the senior people who are representing V-ships today, we would be more than happy to address it. To start on the pending questions, I see there is earlier there was a question from Captain Joel, which Harris did mention in brief regarding budget. So Harris, we can see it on the screen. So would it be a right forum to discuss right now regarding Captain Joel's question?
I don't know if Captain Joel is covered by our previous remarks. If he's not, then I'd be glad to go into more details or, to more specific question on this matter, because it's a little open. I mean, how budgets are being spent, it's a little, anyway, always here to talk. It's very hard to explain how a budget is being spent.
So I think, yeah, this question was being raised after Alastair's presentation, and then you have covered it quite well after that. Captain Joel, would you need any further clarification on that, or we can state it as closed?
You can consider it closed, sir.
Appreciate that, Captain Joel.
Thank you, sir.
Great.
Anything else related, Captain? We are always here, not only in the meeting, right? You can, we can call and discuss after the meeting. Always here to discuss with all of you.
Yes, sir.
Great. Another pending question came from Third Officer Jesse. He said, I'm concerned about ShipShow because V Group always update new version of ShipShow, and on board very difficult for us to catch us up because we don't have a IT person on board. Anybody would like to take that?
I can have a couple of comments if I can. Thank you very much, Jesse. This is not only a problem that you have on board. We have many updates here and things change. And sometimes that can be a nuisance to all of us. I understand you don't have IT people on board, but you have the ticket reporting system, if I'm not mistaken. So anytime you have an IT problem, you can report this, or you can report it to your superintendent and he can raise a ticket for you. Now, unfortunately, this is an evolving process and we cannot avoid it. ShipShore has been evolving constantly and it will keep evolving, and that it's giving us a lot of tools to better perform, but of course, this doesn't come with any cost, unfortunately. So we all need to be very patient. And I will reiterate, Jesse, this is not only for you. Yesterday we had, I was talking with, specifically with Anglo Red about some spare parts that I have requested, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. And the chief engineer said, but I've already sent this a week ago and it was not in my system. And by good communication with the chief engineer, we realized that it was somewhere stuck in the air or somewhere in the replication process of ShipShore. And that put us back 2-3 weeks of supplying spares. So please understand that we are all going through this together, and don't be afraid to contact your superintendent or the IT department. Unfortunately, we cannot have an IT person on board every vessel.
Appreciate that, Harris. Fully agree. And I have noticed that whenever there is a new version comes from ShipShow, there's also a very clear instructions which is given how to update it. But nevertheless, fully agree with you in case any issues are being.
Please.
Yeah, sorry.
Please allow one comment from you as well. So the fact that ShipShow is upgraded and new versions are released, it's a positive move. The system is developing and we have more and more features there, and all of them are very good. And believe me, from office side, our ShipShow it's more extended than you using on board. So you have limited access, and its system is pretty, it's state-of-art software. So it's very good software. The main problem, the process of upgrading, it's a pure IT process, not the fact that system is changing, it's positive. But this IT process have to upgrade system from one version to another, it's IT problem. And it's done remotely by IT department, and sometimes some difficulties we experienced during this process. But it's something we have to face. Our world is moving in this direction. Of course, all of us, we cannot be IT specialists, and it's not possible. But we have very good team, central team, IT team, and we need to establish good links and good communication with IT team, and they are there to support you and to assist you.
Thank you, Oleg. Fully endorse with your comments. I suppose also Jesse, this clarifies you with your query. All right. It's again, just to highlight, it's an open forum. Any queries, any questions pertaining to what has been discussed today, or not even discussed, you have anything to talk about, we have Managing Director, Operations Director, senior members of VShip Cyprus with us. We also have Managing Director Training Services in the call. So any queries with respect to maybe operations, technical, or training, or anything else, please feel free to bring in this forum. I again see there's a lot of silence. People are a bit shy, I suppose. I see something coming up in the chat. Fourth Engineer Richard, question regarding crew matters. Do we have a medical protection program, and that may cover our family health support whenever we board the vessel? Would it be Elena? If I'm not sure if Elena is in the call, if she would like to take this query.
Hi, Rishi, can you repeat, because my reception is not ideal.
No
Sorry.
worries. No worries, Elena. A fourth engineer, Richard, has a query that this is regarding crew matter. He says, do we have a medical protection program that may cover our family health support whenever we board the vessel?
Okay. We have the insurance for the senior officers and their families while they're ashore. You know, the MBAs we are extending to our seniors. So they can check with the local agent in Manila in regards to the coverage, and any question they might have, they can also address to us.
Sure. Thank you, Elena. Richard, does that clarify, or would you like to unmute and speak to us?
Sir, I would like only to clarify, to take up note. So what do you mean, sir, is to clarify or to verify to our local management agency, if I'm not mistaken, sir, the answer for the question.
Richard, we couldn't hear you very clearly. Can you repeat your question, please?
Hello, can you hear me now, sir? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, very much.
I only get a simple. If I do, I don't think I get the point. Correct me if I'm wrong, ma'am, sir. So we need to follow up for this matter on the local agency here on Manila, if I'm not mistaken, for the answer for my question, sir. Is that correct?
Elena, I didn't get him very clearly. Did you?
I think I have something. Okay, we have the MBA covering the seniors, not the juniors, unfortunately. But if there are any more questions or clarifications or any extra information you might need, you can reach out either to us directly or through Southfield, so we can answer any question you might have.
Maybe, ma'am, they are asking about the health card for their family.
Yes, ma'am. That is my point, ma'am.
Do you have
yes,
plan
Marie,
for,
yeah.
do you have, because most of you are asking if you have planned for next year for the health card for the crew and their families?
Marie, as far as I'm aware, we have this only for the senior officers. I'm not sure if under Shanghai, maybe you had a different arrangement, but we can check together and see what we can do. And if anything has changed, then we can update the crew through your good agency, yeah?
Okay.
So Richard, we're gonna come back. Elena is gonna check once again and come back to your query.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I will appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Okay. There are a couple of more questions coming in the chat. I'll read out. It is possible, sir, or change to increase our data usage on board. Okay, now I think we're talking of internet on board. Based on my experience, the data given to us is consumed before the end of the month. Even we use low data application, most of the apps is blocked. So here the request is increase of the data once people go back, people are on board. So Elena, would you be answering, or I'm not sure who would be the right person to address this?
To be honest, Rishi, we're not involved in this as crewing. I believe it is Harris or maybe, yeah.
This is something we might look into. This has to do with CTEC and our the registration for the communications. Let us look into that. It's not very specific what we are asking here, more to change, to increase the data usage. Okay, let us look at that. Bear in mind that sometimes the BDR is not as fast as we would like, and it cannot support everybody on board at the same time. So if you have that in, if you take that into consideration and you still think that you don't have enough data, then let us look into it, okay?
Harris, I think here it's two matters in one question. First one is it could be technical limitation. Okay, all of us agree that, let's say, on our vessels we don't have similar quality internet like we have home. So there are technical limitations. So we cannot provide such data transfer on board the ship like we have home. And second is, of course, cost and money. Data transfer cost money, and there are some limitation cost-wise. So it's two questions in one.
Yes, I agree, Oleg. I agree. About the technical limitations, really, there is not much we can do. And there are places that there is no reception, as we know, like India or Brazil. So about that, we cannot discuss. If you have any other specific query or suggestion, and I'm talking to you, Turla, if you have any other idea, please let us know. Discuss with your master, or if you want, discuss with Marie, and let us all find a solution. If it's something that we can do easily and relatively inexpensively, we will do it, because we can all see how important the data usage and internet usage is for all of our lives. So we want the seafarers to have the best quality of life as possible. So let us have your suggestions, but we need something more concrete than that, please.
I fully agree with you, and Thor also, Kurla, I think you're going to agree and support Harris to make the decision on how this can be improvised. So you can discuss it with your colleagues and come back with your suggestion. So thank you, Harris. Thank you, Oleg. We will move on. Captain Alfredo has got a suggestion. Can we suggest to include the DPB as normal salary?
Okay, Rishi, I know this is for me. Captain Peralta, good day. The DPP is given to you as a bonus, and as such, it cannot be part of the normal salary. I'm sorry about this. However, we do have records that these are being reconciled and these are being paid every time you are due to receive the bonus. If you experience any delays or if you have any issues with that, please let us know. And we would also like to confirm that now, with the budget negotiations for 2022, we will try and provide some increases on the salaries, but we will be able to revert only after we have finalized the budget negotiations with owners.
Thank you, Elena.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. Clearly understood. Thanks.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you.
Thanks, Captain Alfredo. Thank you, Elena, for the clarification. I don't see any further questions coming up, guys. We have Alistair with us. Anything? We have other senior members from Bishop Cyprus. Please feel free. Shoot your questions, write it down, speak it up. And this is the right forum to discuss now. Second officer, Dennis, Dennis, I can see you. You have come up with some query due to pandemic effect. Sometimes before joining the ship, crew is to isolate in the hotel for a month. If possible, crew can get allowance to provide for their family. Elena, probably this is for you.
Yes, it is for me. The issue is that the contracts and the payments based on the contracts only start after you depart from your home country. So during this period, because you're still at home, there is no allowance for you to receive during quarantine. We do know that sometimes this is extended due to delays with the vessel schedule or anything else, but it is something that we cannot influence, and we cannot cancel the quarantine and then force you to have another one or maybe miss the vessel. So in these very unlikely cases, unfortunately, there is nothing we can do. So I'm sorry if that, was not what you expected, but yeah, this is the feedback we have.
Thank you, Elena. Dennis, I suppose that answers to your query. There are certain restrictions even we have. So probably that's a reason it is only applicable once you leave your home country. So thanks once again for bringing it up, Dennis. Fourth, Engineer Richie, we have some expired training outside V Group. If it is possible, V Ship will shoulder the expense. So Rachel, if I may ask, you are talking of some expired training, what you have done outside V Group. Can you expand a little bit more about what training you're talking of?
Yes, sir. For example, we have a training like advanced firefighting, like that. So maybe you can show that.
Yeah, I think, Richard, this topic was picked up early in the call when Sartaj was giving presentation, and then most of the value added, not most, all of the value added courses which is required as per V Ship's policy is definitely being covered by the company. It's only the STCW probably which may not, we as a company may not be able to shoulder the expense, because that lies on the responsibility of a seafarer to keep his documents, his COC, his STCW courses, passport, CDC valid at all times. Okay, Richie. We will move on. Chief Officer Ryan, what is the coverage of insurance for senior officers? So, Elena, would you like to take this? Ryan has a query regarding insurance coverage. Yeah.
Yes, Rishi. As I said before, I will need to clarify with the MBA in Ganesh in regards to the coverage for this specific fleet. So I will try to get as much information as possible. I will share with Marie and her team, and then Marie will be able to distribute amongst the crew members assigned to this fleet. I can also see that the next question is mine as well. The negotiation for the salaries will be for all ranks on board the Anglo vessels, and we will not leave anyone behind. We will negotiate for all ranks.
Great. I think that's a very positive news, Elena. Thank you, Second Officer Alemar, for picking it up. Elena has given good news that there are some negotiations going on, which may not be only for second officer rank, but definitely for all other ranks too. Great. We will move on. I don't see any further question on the chat box, at least. Is there any? Sartaj, would you?
Yeah, Rishi, if I can just make a comment, and this is more with regards to the competence management system. So just for the benefit of all our officers on the call who have not been on board the vessel, we are rolling out a competence management system on the Anglo fleet across the board. What that means is that every rank in terms of officers and upwards will have competencies to demonstrate their kind of capabilities. So for all the officers who are aspiring to get promoted to the next rank, it is expected that you start completing those competencies. Just to give you an example, if there are second officers on the fleet, they would need to already start preparing for their chief officer tasks if you would like to get promoted. So if there is a cargo work related competency, then that you would need to demonstrate on board by practicing joining the chief officer multiple times during cargo operations, and then the chief officer or the master will need to assess you, and in an electronic competence management system, document and insert the comments saying that yes, the second officer XYZ has completed multiple operations with me and we find him to be competent in cargo operations. So this is like an example. So there would be multiple different areas, and keeping that in mind, if this completion of competencies will become a mandatory requirement for any future promotion. So if you are wanting to get promoted next year, as soon as you join ships now, please find out where the competence management system is. If for some reason the onboard team cannot let you know, cannot guide you, please reach out to your manning office or the training department, and we will help you understand how to go about it. But I make this point again, if you want to get promoted, this will become a mandatory requirement from 1st of January. You cannot demonstrate competence in competence management system, you will have a very difficult time being recommended for promotion by the crewing department. So I just wanted to highlight this point on the forum, Richie. Thank you.
Thank you, Sartaj. Indeed, a very, very important point to be what we have shared. So to all my seafarer colleagues, yes, once you go on board, please get a hang of using the new learning management system, and try doing various competencies. In case you face any problem, please try to contact crewing or training. We would be more than happy to assist you. As Sartaj has rightly pointed, 2021, on January onwards, this is going to be one of the mandatory requirements to complete your various competencies for the next rank before you are being considered for promotion by crewing. Thank you once again, Sartaj. We will move on. Any questions, any remarks, any suggestions by anyone in this call? Any of my seafarer colleague friends would like to share something? If no, well, we will move on. Nevertheless, in case you have any queries at later time, please feel free, write it to us from where you got the invitation from the global admin team regarding the seminar or all the topics we have covered in seminar. We would ensure that topic is being forwarded, that question is being forwarded to the right person, to the right department, and being answered. Before we move on, I see Chief Fourth Engineer Richard has some comment regarding training raised earlier. Do we have a specialized technical training sponsored by the company, as it may boost our confidence and commitment to the company? Sartaj, would you like to take, or you want me to address it?
Yeah, hi Rishi. So just to clarify, technical training, what would that mean? Is that again similar to the AFF and BST training? Or can you be more specific, Richard?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Sir, what I'm talking about, sir, is because of the innovations that we have right now. So I'm afraid that we may be lagging behind if we onboard the new vessels, or probably for the future. So that I'm talking about, sir, from that is the specialized training for the technical, specific one. Probably, for example, specific training for a specific type of equipment, special training for example, for electrical parts, pneumatical parts, like some other research, so other specialized.
Okay. No, thanks, Richard. So if you're talking of electro-hydraulics, electro-technology type of courses, absolutely. If you will be asked to do these, then these will be should be covered by the company, right? So those ones are fine. So basically, just to summarize for everybody's understanding, typically how we would work is any STCW courses that is required as a minimum thing for a seafarer to sail on board the vessel, which is your advanced firefighting, your BST courses, then those kind of courses are usually paid by the seafarer. But anything over and above, if we say there is, a bulk cargo specific cargo operation training we send you on, if we send you on a main engine training, if you are joining an electronic vessel for anything, electronic courses, all those courses, if we ask you to do, then we will pay for it. If you are on board and the senior officer or the chief engineer says that you need to basically upscale, or as part of your performance appraisal, there is a recommendation that you need to do an XYZ course, again, that would be covered by the company and you would not have to pay it yourself for sure.
I think, Richard, this must have given a very clear understanding to your query and even to other people regarding how training is moving forward. So anything else? Richard, I hope you are satisfied with the query, with the answer from Sartaj?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you very much. We will move on. Elena, Chief Officer Louis is asking about promotion to higher ranks, if there are any plans or steps.
Yes, Rishi, actually the steps to be followed is, as Sartaj has mentioned before, with the competency management system we have already rolled out to the Anglo vessels. So everybody who is now attending this webinar will be able to get to know the system once they rejoin the vessels. The people who are already on board, I believe they have started already using it. So when they go on board, they can get familiarized, and we're always here to assist if there are any further questions or any other clarification they might need in regards to this.
Absolutely clear, Elena. I think Sartaj has already given clear instructions that one of the criteria for future promotions would be definitely a competency management system to be completed during onboard timings. So thanks for the remaining clarification to Elena. Chief Officer Louis, I suppose this clarifies your query. We'll move on. I think this is last 1 minute we have. Guys, any further questions, please write it down, speak it up. Be open for it. If not, then we would move. Thank you, Harris. Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate. So with that, I think it's time to invite Alistair, Managing Director, V-Ship Cyprus, for the closing note. And before that, I would request, after Alistair gives his closing remark, I would request all the seafarers to switch on the camera, because what is happening is when we used to meet in face-to-face environment, always, every seminar, we all used to gather together and take a photograph. Well, that may not be possible because we all are sitting in different parts of the world. Nevertheless, technology has improved quite a bit. What we'll do is we all will open the cameras, and Karen is gonna take a screenshot and will share with all of us. So that's after Alistair's closing remark. So may I invite Alistair, some words from you for the closing remark, please.
Rishi, thank you very much. And it's an absolute pleasure. And thank you for letting me make some closing remarks. And I am appreciative of the fact that it is 8 o'clock in the evening in Manila, and that you guys there have put in a long stint. One thing I would say is that there's been great attendance to the seminar today, but remember, there are a lot more of our colleagues that are on board the ship that haven't had the opportunity to hear this great information that was shared today. So please, what I ask of you is when you go back on board the ship, try and share some of the learning that you've had today with your colleagues on board. We started with a safety moment, a very poignant one from Mike regarding the loss of one of our colleagues. And I actually, that there has been another fatality recently with a mooring incident, again, where very tragically we lost a colleague on board. So Mike, absolutely right, look out for yourself, look out for your colleagues. And the one message is, if you see something unsafe, don't be scared to stop the job, and you will be fully supported by this office. The message I gave this morning was one about communications, that we will succeed as one team. And I think that as the seminar warmed up, the feedback has been great. The questions have been very, very pertinent. And I think this is the start of a journey, a communication journey. And I hope now that our colleagues in Manila have met the team. Unfortunately, as I said this morning, only virtually, but it's very much easier to communicate going forward. Oleg made the point, we're all safety leaders. All of the people on this call are either managers or officers. We're all safety leaders, and we have to share incidents, and we have to learn from incidents going forward. Elena made a very good presentation regarding the benefits of the systems and what was there to support our colleagues, the value of appraisals, the many questions about promotions. So with appraisals coupled with competency management system, these are the steps and stages that can allow our colleagues to advance themselves. Stuart Payne, great to have Stuart on from Anglo, long experience of the individual vessels. And what came across from Stuart was that everybody from the shore team, be it in V-Ships or Anglo, is here to help our colleagues on board. It's not a blame. The only way we can push this is by absolutely helping each other going forward. Konstantinos Marketos, great slide, that showed Cyprus as the center of the universe. I hadn't realized that before, but it's absolutely right. If you actually looked at all the 8 Anglo vessels and drew a line between them, it probably centered in Cyprus, and the ability to provide that support to our colleagues round the clock. And the other absolute message from that is, please, everybody, the technical and marine superintendents in the office are your friend. They're there to support and assist. So please don't look at them as the enemy. Look at them. Stuart's final message: good seamanship, good engineering, be vigilant, look out for problems, use genuine or OEM spare parts. Absolutely imperative. And I think one of the best presentations of the day from Harris on port state control and everything that we can do to avoid observations. And I made a statement this morning that an observation to me is not a number, it's a risk to my colleagues. It's something that, if it doesn't work, could prejudice your safety or indeed prejudice your life. So thanks to all my seafaring colleagues for giving up their valuable leave. I hope you found today informative. I hope you found it enjoyable. Thanks to all my fellow speakers. I think the presentations were absolutely on the nail, pertinent, well focused. And lastly, it just leaves me to thank Karen and Pauline for facilitating, for Rishi once again doing a great job of pulling these questions out of the floor, and for Sartaj for sponsoring it. So everybody, thank you very much, and look forward to any feedback in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alistair. Thanks, Sartaj, and special thanks to Stuart. And thank you all to the panelists who took their valuable time out to attend and interact with our seafarer colleagues, sharing their experiences, sharing their knowledge. Special thank to all our attendees, all our participants, all our seafarers for taking the time out to attend this We Ships Cyprus virtual seminar. And I hope you all enjoyed this event. As I requested, we would be taking a group photograph. So may I request if all of us can switch on our cameras. Karen, do let us know. We would give a nice smile, and you can click and share that photograph with everyone else.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Okay, let's start. Just on count of 3, just smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. And another one for the second page.
Maybe Waki, this one.
Just one more for the second page because I only captured the first one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. And if you want Waki, let's do it. Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay.
Thank you, Karen.
And that's it.
Thanks a lot. So once again, thank you, everyone. Thanks once again to Alistair, Sartaj, and Stuart, and all the attendees, including our valuable panelists. May I request, in order to make improvement for our future seminars, we would like to hear from you and would appreciate your feedback. So upon leaving this seminar, a webinar rather, a survey page will automatically come up on your screen. So may I request, please fill and let us know your feedback. Another option is you can go on to www.menti.com and use the code as shown on the screen, which is 58451209, and give your feedback. Once again, thank you very much. Be safe. Look forward to see you in real very, very soon. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Rishi. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.